I'll give a little bit of background. Some of you are probably familiar with it. I think now 8 years ago, when the Leo Strauss Center was created here, it initiated, first of all, an effort to remaster all the surviving tapes of Strauss's courses taught at Chicago and Claremont and St. John's, and with the help of a grant from the Preservation Division of the National Endowment for the Humanities. Then, the second stage, to commission distinguished scholars, some of whom are on the stage here, and others of whom are in the audience, to be editors of those transcripts based on the remastered audio files when they were available, to edit, annotate, and introduce those transcripts. About 45 courses for which we had transcripts and or audio records. About half of those are now, all the audio files that survive have been available for several years now on our website, and about half of the transcripts are now. This conference is held in part to mark the occasion of the print and ebook publication by the University of Chicago Press of the Strauss's course on Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra, edited by Richard Helkley of Tulane, and the two other courses that Strauss taught on Nietzsche, one at Chicago, one at St. John's. The transcripts have been available for a while now on the website. As you may have noticed, the press is selling copies of the printed version, and the press has also accepted for publication the first half of a course Strauss called Introduction to Political Philosophy, the first half being devoted to Positivism and Historicism, edited by Catherine Zuckert of Notre Dame. And we hope soon that a transcript on Hegel, edited by Paul Franco, will be accepted by the press. Eventually, we hope we will put all the transcripts online. We have, and here I'm never sure how to word this, two versions of our website. In one version, you can read them in PDFs. In the other, it's possible for you to search all the transcripts simultaneously, and not only for a single word, but for words in proximity. So that's my advertisement for the Strauss Center. Leo Strauss on Nietzsche. We have 4 speakers, and we now have a program that tells you who they are. Richard Helkley I mentioned, Paul Franco I mentioned in a different context, Mark Blitz from Claremont, who edited the course on Beyond Good and Evil, and Robert Pippin of our Committee on Social Thought, who's written on Strauss, on Nietzsche, as well as many other subjects. I'll say very little substantively. I will mention that in a letter of June 23rd, 1935, to his friend Karl Löwit, Strauss wrote in German that Nietzsche so dominated and bewitched him between his 22nd and his 30th years that he literally believed everything he understood of Nietzsche, and it makes clear that there was a lot he didn't understand. So given this remarkable admission of influence during his 20s, it is striking that Strauss wrote and published so little about Nietzsche. And there's a couple pages in Natural Writing History, a page or so in What is Political Philosophy, etc. And only late in his life, the final course that he lived to teach at St. John's, he devoted to Beyond Good and Evil, and wrote his note on the plan of Beyond Good and Evil, one of his last publications. So we have in part attempted to make up for that by providing what's now, whatever, 1,000 pages of Strauss on Nietzsche. The transcripts, of course, are not equivalent to things he carefully wrote. And they are, as some of you know, either because you were in his courses or because you've listened to our audio files or read our transcripts, they're taught in his normal way, which is to have a student reader read a chunk of the text, Strauss to comment on it, then to take questions, objections, respond to them, then have a student read another chunk of the text. So they're not lectures in which he provides a full interpretation of the text. I have decided entirely arbitrarily to proceed in this morning panel, which is devoted to Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche, and I've asked our four speakers to say what they find most interesting and distinctive about his interpretation of Nietzsche. I decided arbitrarily to proceed alphabetically, starting with Mark Blitz and ending with Richard Belkley. In the afternoon session, we will turn more to Strauss's evaluation of Nietzsche, stance towards Nietzsche. What does he agree with? What does he disagree with? And we will then proceed in reverse alphabet, starting with Richard Belkley and ending with Mark Blitz. So, Mark, over to you.
Yes. Well, thank you, Nathan, and thanks all of you for coming. There are several of you in the audience who know as much or more about Nietzsche than I do. For all I know, all of you do. It wouldn't be the first time that the apparently low are superior to the apparently high. We were asked to say something about what is distinctive about Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche. So I'll begin by saying a few of those things. And I'll make several points, concentrating, at least in this session, mostly on Beyond Good and Evil, on which he published an article, as we know, and on which he gave a full course in roughly half of another. The first point is this very emphasis on Beyond Good and Evil, together with Zarathustra. Heidegger, for example, doesn't emphasize beyond, but does write about Zarathustra. A second distinctive element in Strauss, maybe not surprising, of course, is his emphasis on trying to discover the structure and the order of Zarathustra and of Beyond as well. His attempt to find some order in the paragraphs within chapters, and then within the epigrams themselves, and then, of course, to find some order and structure in the book as a whole. I say a third distinctive element when you compare what Strauss does to lots of other people is his emphasis on the historicism, relativism question. That is, Strauss's concern is with the issue of how Nietzsche might be immune from his criticism of others. Why is the will to power, for example, merely one more interpretation, and therefore dispensable, ultimately? Why isn't it subject to the same brute, imponderable at its base, that in the same way that every other view or perspective is, according to Nietzsche? And Strauss developed some possible ways of dealing with or talking about or thinking about this issue in the Zarathustra discussions and in the Beyond discussion, some ways to deal with this question. One possibility is that will to power is necessary and sufficient for understanding any interpretation. He says something to this effect in the essay on Beyond Good and Evil. Another is that will to power and Nietzsche generally is somehow a more comprehensive understanding than anything else. A third is that will to power is a self-conscious creation. He discusses this at some length, unlike what is previous to it. It's not, in other words, a doctrine which is unwitting about its own roots. Nonetheless, of course, it too is grounded in the self, not in the ego, as he says, certainly not the rational ego, and Strauss develops at some length the meaning and the importance of the self in Nietzsche. Will to power may indeed be only an interpretation, but it's grounded on the final insight, at least, that all knowledge is perspectival. And that's another approach that Strauss takes to try to deal with this issue of whether Nietzsche can account for himself in a way which distinguishes himself successfully from his criticism of others. Still another is that will to power and nothing else is the ground of the response to the current state of nihilism. Still another is that will to power can encompass or at least account for nature, which might seem to be a fact or a set of facts outside of will to power, but that it can account for it by consciously creating or recreating it, and by being the ground of the inanimate as well as of the animate. So Strauss doesn't merely point out this problem that Nietzsche's views seem subject to the same difficulties that he says everyone else's views are subject to. He looks for possible resolutions, and he looks for them at some length. Part, I think, of what's distinctive in his understanding. Strauss obviously suggests, notices the importance of eternal recurrence, but he doesn't discuss it so much as a ground for will to power. He considers, or seems to consider, eternal return as philosophically or morally necessary for Nietzsche, and therefore sees Nietzsche's attempts at material or cosmological proofs of it as secondary. One might, but Strauss doesn't, I think, say in so many words, claim that the willing of eternal recurrence, if successful, puts Nietzsche at a comprehensive endpoint, another way you would deal with the question of what might appear to be the self-contradictory nature of his own teaching. Another distinctive element is that Strauss, as I indicated, emphasizes the importance of the question of nature in Nietzsche. To what extent does Nietzsche rely on some understanding of nature, say in his view of hierarchy, or even in his view of strong as opposed to weak wills, or in his view of men and women? Strauss also, as others do, however, emphasizes the question of truth. How is it that the deadly truth, that previous so-called truths are merely creations, how can that become a life-affirming at the same time that it's a genuine truth in Nietzsche? Another distinctive element in Strauss, I think, is the fact that he emphasizes the importance of religion in Nietzsche, as of course others do, but not merely as something that Nietzsche analyzes, but as perhaps equal to philosophy, and the religious philosophical split as in some sense perhaps replacing the political philosophical split. And in fact, one more distinctive element in his view of Nietzsche is precisely his discussing him in political philosophical terms. So in addition to the question of historicism and nature, one also notices this in Strauss's emphasis on a perhaps opposition between discovery and creation, his emphasis on the meaningful, and of course what he has to say that connects Nietzsche and his rhetoric to fascism. And further, in his understanding of equality in Nietzsche and of the high versus the low human possibilities. These kinds of political philosophic questions come to the fore in Strauss's interpretation more than they do in lots of previous interpretations. Although Strauss is influenced by Heidegger's view, I think he makes that reasonably clear in some of these transcripts, he does not follow his basic argument, Heidegger's basic argument, about will to power as Nietzsche's view of being or beingness, and eternal return as his view of becoming. He doesn't see, though he mentions the possibility of that Nietzsche's teaching of will to power is a metaphysical relapse, a relapse into metaphysics, nor does he treat it as though he acknowledges the possibility that it is a mere experiment, but rather he treats Nietzsche's doctrine, especially the will to power, but the rest as well, as a new mode of metaphysical presentation, as well as having a new substance, a new mode of presentation as well as having a new substance, by which I think he mostly means to suggest the importance of the self in Nietzsche as opposed to simply the rational ego. Two final points. Strauss suggests much more clearly than others that the theme of Beyond Good and Evil is the philosopher of the past and of the future. In other words, he takes the subtitle of Beyond Good and Evil very seriously. And he is also more clear than many others, of course, and emphasizes more than many others, several specific themes in Beyond Good and Evil. One of which I'll point out and conclude with is the distinction between herd morality and slave morality. So there are many important elements in Strauss's understanding that are in fact quite distinctive, even though Strauss doesn't always call attention to what is so distinctive about them.
Thank you. Paul?
Hello. First, I just want to say it's great to be back at the University of Chicago. I was a student here many years ago in the 1980s under the good mentorship of Nathan Tarkoff, and have been lost in Maine for many years now. It's good to be back at a great and very serious university like this. Again, I too want to speak about what is distinctive about Strauss's interpretation. And I'm going to talk more about the actual Zarathustra lectures that Richard Valkley has just edited. Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche revolves around the persistent themes of his political philosophy, the critique of historicism, and the attempt to reopen the question of natural right. In Strauss's account of historicism, Nietzsche occupies a unique and interesting position between the theoretical historicism of the 19th century and the radical historicism or existentialism of the 20th. Strauss specifies this position at the outset of his lectures. Nietzsche began, he says, from the 19th century historicist premise that all thought and right are essentially and radically historical. Nietzsche, however, found this view to be problematic because of its detrimental effects on life. And of course, Strauss recurs to the uses and disadvantages for history essay to draw out that problem that Nietzsche sees with 19th century historicism. All of this led Nietzsche, according to Strauss, to, quote, try to return from history to nature, and, again, quote, to embark on an enterprise aiming at the restoration of nature as an ethically guiding concept. While this effort to return to nature was criticized by existentialists as a relapse into metaphysics, for Strauss, it is what makes Nietzsche such a fruitful thinker to study. In the enterprise of returning to or restoring nature, Strauss sees Nietzsche's doctrine of the eternal return playing a central role. Therefore, he spends a great deal of time in his lectures trying to decipher and uncover the motivation behind this doctrine. He rightly sees it as a moral rather than as a cosmological doctrine. More specifically and distinctively, he interprets the eternal return as a response to the modern conquest of nature, for which nature is understood to be infinitely moldable and for which there are no assignable limits. The end result of this scientific conquest of nature is the destruction of inequality, leading to Nietzsche's last man. By the way, with respect to this modern project of conquering nature, the now largely forgotten political scientist Harold Lasswell comes in for some fairly harsh and actually hilarious criticism. Apparently for Lasswell, in his kind of technocratic vision of things, psychoanalysis was the queen of the technocracy. And in that regard, Strauss adduces an advertisement from the days in which he's speaking, that had a picture of Cesare Borgia for a pharmaceutical ad. And the idea was that if Cesare had not had taken some of these pills, he would have been much better off. And Strauss comments that, yeah, but if he had taken those pills, he would not have accomplished many of the things Machiavelli wanted to accomplish. At any rate, in the light of this scientific project of the conquest of nature, Nietzsche believes that, or at least Strauss ascribes to Nietzsche the notion that human greatness ultimately would be impossible under its dispensation. Human greatness for Nietzsche ultimately rests on the maintenance of difference between the sexes, for example, on inequality, on natural hierarchy, and on suffering. For this reason, Nietzsche needs nature. This is a phrase that Strauss repeats throughout these lectures. Nietzsche, for all that in some ways is inimical to nature, which emphasizes the overcoming of nature in Nietzsche, in the last analysis, he needs it. But because Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power is incompatible with traditional understandings of nature, nature for Nietzsche must be willed. And this is a kind of paradox that he again plays with throughout the lectures. But nature needs nature, but nature is not something that can be simply there. It must be postulated or willed. This is the main significance of the eternal return, according to Strauss. And he is particularly critical of Heidegger's interpretation of the eternal return because it overlooks this crucial motive behind the doctrine. For this reason, this leads Heidegger to reject eternity altogether. And for this reason, Strauss regards Nietzsche as superior to Heidegger in the same way that he regards Nietzsche as superior to Marx. Unlike both of these thinkers, Strauss says, Nietzsche is aware that nothing which is not eternal can satisfy a thinking man. In connection with Strauss's interpretation of the motive behind Nietzsche's doctrine of the eternal return, I can't resist mentioning a funny moment at the end of the lectures when a student asks Strauss, why is the doctrine of eternal return so necessary to Nietzsche? Having spent about half the course on precisely this question, one can only imagine the sinking feeling Strauss must have felt at this question. Those of you who teach may have experienced the sinking feeling at one point or another in your careers. It is a testament to Strauss's patience as a teacher that after gently stating, we have already discussed this, he went on to explain the motivation behind and significance of the doctrine of the eternal return one more time. So, what are we to make of Strauss's interpretation of the eternal return? I have to confess, I'm not sure his interpretation makes this strange doctrine any more intelligible or convincing than the myriad other interpretations that have been offered of it. Indeed, Strauss's interpretation often makes the eternal return look like a fantastical contrivance designed to accomplish a moral political purpose, rather than as a logical outgrowth of Nietzsche's concept of the will to power and its affirmation of creativity and eternal becoming. What is admirable about Strauss's interpretation is that he tries to make this strange doctrine intelligible and motivated. I'm just not sure he succeeds. But this is something we can perhaps pursue in our discussion.
Robert?
Thank you. And my thanks also to the organizers. Basically, with 10 minutes, mostly what I want to suggest is that Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche is extremely hard to understand. It's very elusive, epigrammatic, and mysterious in a way that I would appreciate some help in trying to understand. The most important role played by Nietzsche in Strauss's thought is undoubtedly his identification of Nietzsche as playing the major role in what Strauss considered the crisis of our time, crisis of modern natural right. But that in itself is a topic for our afternoon session, and it's appropriate that we begin first with the question of Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche, of what Nietzsche, according to Strauss, meant to say in his work and what he meant to accomplish by publishing it. I've only time here to raise very broadly two large issues in Strauss's reading. They are esotericism and religiosity. Mostly, I want simply to raise a number of questions, since I find, as I said, Strauss's interpretation both extremely intriguing and baffling. Since Strauss tells us that for him, Beyond Good and Evil had always been Nietzsche's quote-unquote most beautiful book, we could stop here for half an hour. Why does Strauss say most beautiful book? Why doesn't he say most insightful, most clear, most helpful? And this is encased in an introduction to the Beyond Good and Evil essay in which he criticizes Nietzsche for calling attention to himself rather than the truth. And then he begins by saying something about himself, that he always found Beyond Good and Evil the most beautiful. None of this is accidental. And since he published a dense article on Beyond Good and Evil, I want to consider a couple of the interpretive claims he makes there. This is not easy to do economically because a prominent feature of that article is its elusiveness, its deliberate lack of resolution of the issues raised. For example, he suggests that in the preface to Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche was wrong to accuse Plato of dogmatism, which for Nietzsche is the invention of the pure mind and the good in itself. Making unusual use of the question of whether the gods philosophize, Strauss suggests that Plato, if we can understand a tangled path to any confident view of Plato, a path wandering through Diotima, Socrates, and Dionysus, we will see that Plato did believe that the gods philosophize, and that means they endlessly philosophize, and that philosophy is accordingly zetetic or operatic, that Plato believed in, quote-unquote, the weakness of the logos. But he also reminds us that Nietzsche's apparent views about Plato cannot themselves be taken at face value, since that is, like the claim of dogmatism, cannot be taken at face value, since Nietzsche tells us, and Strauss emphasizes this, that Beyond Good and Evil is written in a distinctive form, one of, quote-unquote, graceful subtlety as regards form, as regards intention, and as regards the art of silence. So Strauss concludes, quote, in other words, in Beyond Good and Evil, in the only book published by Nietzsche in the contemporary preface to which he presents himself as the antagonist of Plato, he Platonizes as regards form more than anywhere else. This subtle destabilization of the contrast between Plato and Nietzsche is a feature of much of what Strauss wrote about Nietzsche. Since Strauss had just mentioned the art of silence, and since, as I say, he will quote the seventh letter on the weakness of the logos, Strauss seems to me to be referring to one of the most controversial aspects of Strauss's own interpretation of philosophers, their esotericism. But this is fully justified in the case of Nietzsche, and we have to keep it in mind whenever trying to understand Strauss's own reading of Nietzsche. In the preface, Nietzsche had said that, quote, all great things, in order to inscribe eternal demands in the heart of humanity, must first wander the earth under monstrous and terrifying masks. And that dogmatic philosophy was such a mask, or grimace of face, Fratze. And in aphorism 40, he famously writes that, quote, everything deep loves masks. The deepest things even hate images and likenesses. And in 289, he goes so far as to say that every philosophy conceals a philosophy too. Every opinion is also a hiding place. Every word is also a mask. And using an image of central importance to Strauss, he says, there is a cave beneath every cave. But what I find a bit frustrating about Strauss's reading is that having introduced the topic of how carefully Nietzsche writes and how esoterically, he doesn't really pursue the issue in Nietzsche. This is all the more interesting because it is deeply connected to the other aspect of Strauss's reading that is both prominent in the essay and very difficult to understand, Nietzsche's so-called religiosity. These intersect in this way. Nietzsche tells us that the deepest things love masks for a strikingly unusual reason. That is, they don't write concealed in order to protect philosophy or in order to offer a salutary myth for the many. The reason is paradigmatic for all of the stylistic elements in the book, but it's very mysterious in Nietzsche. He writes, wouldn't just the opposite of writing in mere images and likenesses, be the proper disguise for the shame of a god? As noted, he appears to mean the opposite of images and likenesses, or vehicles for still recognizing the original. Or what is proper for a god is to completely disguise, to wear a mask that occludes completely the original. But the reference to shame as the reason for writing masked, and the shame of a god at that, is quite unexpected. And as far as I know, it's not discussed anywhere in the literature on Nietzsche. Moreover, the penultimate paragraph of the book reminds us that there was a god without shame, Dionysus. But when, in such shamelessness, he proposed helping humans be, quote, stronger, more evil, more profound, more beautiful, or exactly what many believe Nietzsche wants to help us become, Nietzsche, in effect, responds in our voice by reminding Dionysus and us that such a god lacks more than shame, and he could learn a thing or two from human beings, who are, after all, more human than the god. None of this is clear. It appears that Nietzsche is suggesting at the close of the book that the connection between the shame of a god and writing always masked should not be abandoned. There remain good reasons for philosophers to be ashamed, especially about their own past, and so for writing esoterically. It would take hours even to begin to untangle this complex of images in Nietzsche. I mean now only to indicate that Strauss quite rightly introduces us to the problem of Nietzsche's writing as a problem. And that problem is esotericism. And the reasons for that esotericism are left relatively unexplored by Strauss, perhaps quite understandably because they're so obscure in Nietzsche they would require significantly more than one brief article to get into. And as noted, the aura of religiosity that surrounds Nietzsche's remarks about esotericism, the shame of a god, the problem of Dionysus, is connected to the single most remarkable aspect of Strauss's interpretation. It's also summarized in a 1956 lecture he gave here at Chicago called simply Existentialism. Quote, Nietzsche's philosophy of the future is an heir to the Bible. He is an heir to that deepening of the soul which has been affected by the biblical belief in a God that is holy. The philosopher of the future, as distinguished from the classical philosophers, will be concerned with the holy. His philosophy will be intrinsically religious. This claim, which I believe to be the most important element of Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche, is also at the heart of the Beyond Good and Evil essay, although again, it's very hard to identify anything as determinate as a claim in the tangled rhetoric of that essay. Much of what Strauss says remains quite mysterious. For example, Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power, the whole doctrine of Beyond Good and Evil, quote, is in a manner a vindication of God, Strauss says about Nietzsche. Or he says that for Nietzsche, quote, a certain kind of non-atheism, just think for a moment of the complexity of that word, a certain kind of non-atheism belongs to the philosopher of the future, who will again worship the god Dionysus, or again will be, as an Epicurean might, a Dionysos-Kolax. This is extremely intriguing, but incredibly baffling, since Strauss well knows that in this passage, paragraph 7 of Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche is making a joke about the philosophers of the past, not at all characterizing the philosophers of the future. The full passage from Nietzsche is, how malicious philosophers can be. I do not know anything more venomous than the joke Epicurus allowed himself against Plato and the Platonists. He called them Dionysiokolaches. Literally, the foreground meaning of that term is sycophants of Dionysus, and therefore accessories of the tyrant and brown-nosers is how the translator translates Speichelager. But it also wants to say they, philosophers, are all actors. There's nothing genuine about them. Remember that Strauss had said that the philosophers of the future will be Dionysiokolax, as if it's a term of praise, where it's actually an accusation of them as flatterers and sycophants of Dionysus. I'm sorry this is also confusing, but I don't believe this essay has been attended to as carefully as it ought to be, given the deliberate elusiveness that Strauss is introducing for a reason that would be useful to understand in the essay. Finally, to add to the most baffling aspect of Strauss on Nietzsche's account of religion, or what he calls the nerve of Nietzsche's theology. Who knew Nietzsche had a theology? Strauss claims in a very suspicious avowal of modesty about this nerve of which I have not spoken. Actually, he just did, calling it the nerve, and will not speak, but he will, in the passages I've already quoted. Since I have no access to it, no access to the meaning of to Nietzsche's religiosity. But he has enough access to know to recommend a 1935 article by the great German philologist Karl Reinhardt about Nietzsche's last poems, the Dionysius Diderot. Well, I'm sorry, but there's no more room to pursue any of these questions. I do want to express, though, some great solidarity with Strauss in his insistence that Nietzsche should not be understood as proposing traditional philosophical themes, and that the form of Nietzsche's writing must be taken seriously in both its figurative, its literary, and its esoteric character. This then puts the question of truth in a different register, let's say, shifting our attention from the truth of various propositions to the problem of living in the truth, or living truthfully. And when we see that, we can begin to see why Strauss might have claimed that Nietzsche's philosopher of the future, quote, will be intrinsically religious, unquote. Thanks.
Richard?
Well, I was very pleased and honored to be asked to undertake the task of editing the transcript on Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which I hope I accomplished well. And I did, though, have a great deal of assistance from Nathan, Gail McKean, my graduate assistant, Alex Priu, and the fine people at University of Chicago Press. So, because I'm actually, at this point, most acquainted with that writing of Strauss and Nietzsche, most of my comments are based on that transcript, although I do have a few references to other Strauss writings on Nietzsche. Now, to approach what is distinctive about Strauss's reading of Nietzsche, I've, for convenience, focused on just three topics: history, natural right, and political philosophy. And some of the points I want to make have actually been made, but they will appear here perhaps in a somewhat different light. Now, Nietzsche's significance to Strauss with respect to history is twofold. There is Nietzsche's place in the history of philosophy, and then there is Nietzsche's own thinking on history, and the two are closely intertwined. Nietzsche's own thought on history, Strauss points out, emerges out of the historical consciousness of the late 18th century, or the historical school, which regards all human thought as rooted in its historical context. As to, but that does not adequately characterize Nietzsche's place in history. And Strauss, from early in his career, saw Nietzsche as a radical critic of the philosophical tradition who brings modernity to an end. And from 1930, I have the statement, through Nietzsche, tradition has been shaken to its roots. It has completely lost its self-evident truth. And Strauss goes on to say that this is a liberating event where it makes possible the recovery of lost questions, in particular, how shall we live? And in Strauss's later formulations, Nietzsche inaugurates the third wave of modernity, a wave that consists of a fundamental crisis in Western civilization and Western philosophy. That crisis, as Strauss describes it, Crisis of the West, consists in the West having lost its sense of a universal purpose, which it has expressed in terms of natural right. So the crisis of our time can be characterized as a crisis of natural right, a crisis that emerges full-blown in Nietzsche's thought. Again, Strauss speaks of a positive aspect to this in his later writing. He says, the crisis of our time may have the accidental advantage of enabling us to understand in an untraditional or fresh manner what was hitherto understood only in a traditional or derivative. Now, Nietzsche's thought on history is crucial to this position he has in history. Nietzsche's thought carries us forward the historical consciousness of earlier modernity, but radicalizes it by denying the progressive rational characterization of history, which is most notable perhaps in Hegel, and B, by exposing the danger of historical thought. Nietzsche particularly writes about the historical scholarship of the 19th century, for a vibrant and confident culture. Now, through this transformation of the historical consciousness, Strauss says, Nietzsche begins a self-overcoming of historicism. That is, Nietzsche turns toward a form of historical thought and experience that is rooted in life or nature, but not nature understood in a classical way. So now I turned into the second point, natural right. In the Zarathustra lectures, Strauss makes a striking claim, which Paul Franco has already cited, that Nietzsche tried to return from history to nature and was in his way attempting to restore classic natural right, but on the basis of the rejection of nature as a standard. This is an extremely paradoxical formulation, but as I see it, is the core of Strauss's reading of Nietzsche. In other words, hereby Strauss is expressing a fundamental problem in Nietzsche, which both relates him to classical thought and distances him from it. Now, what is the nature to which Nietzsche seeks to return? And I don't think it is adequate just to characterize it as inequality, the moral concern with restoring inequality, because Nietzsche has, in fact, most of all, a specific inequality in mind. That is the nature of the philosopher and the rank of the philosopher. And I quote from Beyond Good and Evil, number 207. The philosopher, as distinguished from the scholar and scientist, is the complementary human in whom not only the human, but the rest of existence is justified. Now, Strauss sees in this view of the natural rank of the philosopher a position quite akin to that of Plato, and claims that Nietzsche is closer to Plato and Socrates and Plato than he seems to realize. Now, however, in attempting to restore this notion of the philosopher and the special rank of the philosopher, Nietzsche does not use natural standards that are found in Greek philosophy. I mean, put this most basically, he does not appeal to some notion of a universal knowable order of nature or the cosmos that exists independently of human interpretation and creation. Rather, for Nietzsche, nature, so far as we have access to it, is in its fundamental character creative will, or will to power, which is characterized by radical particularity of perspective. So the problem Nietzsche has is to reconcile the radical particularity of the creative will with the contemplative perspective overcoming the spirit of revenge against time, which Nietzsche regards as essential to genuine philosophy. And to make this reconciliation, he proposes the eternal recurrence of the same. That's, I think, the heart of Strauss's interpretation of Zarathustra, and the eternal recurrence is the most important aspect of Zarathustra. Now, briefly on political philosophy, third item. Nietzsche can be said as a project, and I'm following Strauss's reading, to make the future possible for philosophy as the highest human life, and thereby to overcome the danger that nihilism will destroy the possibility of philosophy. And again, Strauss regards that concern with philosophy as bringing Nietzsche close to classical thought. Now, if we stand back, this is a remarkable situation. If we look at this, for it's clear that Strauss is seeing Nietzsche as a great ally in attempting to restore a certain understanding of philosophy. And at the same time, as Nietzsche is a great critic of modern rationalism, in this progressive form of mastery of nature. And I think it would be fair to say, when one considers that situation, that Nietzsche is closer to Strauss than any other modern figure, in Strauss's estimation. Now, all the same, for Strauss, Nietzsche's account of the creative will, or the will to power, is a certain stumbling block. Perhaps we can talk more about this afternoon, but he attempts to understand how it is that Strauss rejects a classical understanding of nature as universal and transcending the human. And Strauss says this about Nietzsche, that he does not reject this on the basis of modern progressive premises. So, on what ground does he reject it? And this leads me to another statement, comparable in importance, I think, to the one Paul and I quoted. This is a statement in the first lecture of the Zarathustra transcript. By understanding Nietzsche, we shall understand the deepest objections or obstacles to natural right that exist in the modern mind. Now, I take this to mean that Nietzsche does have a deeper criticism of natural right than one can find in any of the other modern figures of the modern tradition. And thus that Nietzsche is for him an interlocutor of first importance, for he needs to understand the reason for that rejection, the argument for it. In fact, I would say this makes Nietzsche for him an interlocutor, comparable in importance to the classical philosophers themselves. Finally, quickly, in my understanding, Strauss regards that deepest objection, to a classical understanding of nature, as having to do in Nietzsche with the status of individuality. And that Nietzsche's view of that status links him to the great poets, and perhaps especially to Aristophanes. And in a few later writings of Strauss, Nietzsche is directly linked by renewing the problem of Socrates to Aristophanes. And in other words, Nietzsche's novel way of philosophizing, which fuses philosophy with poetry and religiosity, a non-atheistic religiosity, or whatever we can call it. I then would say is connected to this deepest objection to classical natural right, which relates to the status of individuality.
Thank you. I will, in a minute, invite our speakers, if they wish, to respond either critically or by way of elaboration to anything that others of them said. But I'll take advantage of this pause to admit my failure to carry out one of the assignments that Gail McKean gave me, which was to tell you that there are restrooms on the second floor. I think the men's room is on that end, and the women's on that room. They're on that end, and there also are restrooms in the basement, should that be necessary. Which reminds me to express my gratitude to Gail, who has done everything to make this conference work. And while I'm expressing gratitude, one thing reminds me of another. I can't help but mention that in our audience today is Warren Winiarski, who studied with Strauss in the 1950s, but went on to do something quite remarkable, and to put California wine on the world map, first at Stagsley and now at Arcadia, and who has been the most generous supporter of the university's Strauss Center, without whom we could not have done what we've done. And not present, Richard Schifrin, who, as noted in the program, provided the support for this conference in particular. Would any of you like to respond one way or another to things your colleagues have said?
Just one thing occurs to me that we haven't mentioned that would be good to get on the table is that Strauss pays relatively little attention to a problem that occupied an enormous number of pages in Nietzsche's text, and that is Nietzsche's attack or attempt to undermine Christian morality. It's as if Strauss silently agrees with Nietzsche that the prospect for a kind of justification or grounding of traditional Christian morality, that is to say, morality that opposes selflessness and altruism to egoism and adherence to duty or the right simply for the sake of the right. As I say, it's as if there's a kind of silent agreement that that project is hopeless. And Strauss turns his normative or moral concerns in a more broad sense to the question of the best human life or the world of philosophy or something like that. And secondly, the problem of nature, just to mention how complicated that is and how Strauss appreciates how complicated it is, by talking about Nietzsche's turn back to nature. Strauss knows he doesn't mean, as was mentioned, a return to a teleologically ordered, morally significant cosmos. But he also knows that Nietzsche doesn't mean to turn us to the modern object of the natural and biological sciences. It's not nature in that sense, too. So the question of what he is suggesting Nietzsche turns us to is open for a good deal of discussion. He appears to mean something like nature in the sense in which we mean the overall nature of things, the general opposition to nomos, or custom, the way things are. I mean, in 188 of Beyond Good and Evil, he says with great clarity that nothing great is achieved except by virtue of tyranny against nature. Discipline, order, pain, suffering, sacrifice, containment, and reduction of the power of nature in the simple sense of our instinctual givens. So it's an open question on both scores. What is Strauss's attitude towards the Nietzschean critique of Christianity and its influence in modernity? And what does he really mean by saying Nietzsche is turning us back towards nature, since he knows it doesn't mean any of the things we inherit as the relevance of nature for our ethical lives?
One other thing that could be said on this score, Strauss also makes clear that the distinction between nature and convention, or phusis and nomos, is overcome, or there's an attempt to overcome it, and that's one of his interpretations of what Nietzsche has in mind with history and historicism. But it is true, sometimes by nature he simply means the root given, a set of given facts that Nietzsche has to deal with, and at other times he suggests that they're things somehow not made by us, just in the simplest sense of not made by us, which are connected to Nietzsche's project for improvement, those things being found mostly in various discussions of equality and inequality, men and women, and so on. But I think, first of all, it largely means Nietzsche's attitude towards what's not made by us or simply given to the degree to which it's at all important, as opposed to a certain set of unimportant, as Strauss says, facts. But because you don't have this split between nature and convention in the same way, it becomes obviously difficult to figure out just what he has in mind.
So I actually wanted to continue with this absolutely crucial theme of nature in all of Strauss's writings, but particularly I think in these lectures. He actually, in the lectures, Strauss, he picks out a few texts that he thinks are absolutely crucial for understanding what Nietzsche means by nature. 188 is, of course, one of those, and he makes much of the in that particular aphorism the way in which nature is put in quotation marks for much of that aphorism. For example, when he speaks of morality as a tyranny against nature, and then by the very end he actually takes away the quotation marks, only kind of adding to the mystery of what exactly he means by nature. The only thing I was going to add, it seems to me, at least from the reading of the lectures, that when Strauss refers to nature, he frequently seems to mean natural hierarchy. I mean, that nature for him is that's the crucial aspect of nature that Nietzsche seeks to restore. And it's in that connection he refers several times to one of the sections from the Antichrist, the one where Nietzsche talks about the laws of Manu and the various orders in kind of the Hindu laws of Manu. And again, natural hierarchy seems to be at least one of the prominent meanings of nature for Strauss, at least as far as the lectures are concerned.
So I find all three things just said quite helpful. In my understanding of Strauss's approach to nature, Nietzsche, there is related to the issue of hierarchy a certain answer to the question of how Nietzsche can have something like a distinction between nature and convention. Although he's understanding nature in terms of creativity or interpretation, which would seem to obliterate that distinction. And this is impossible because Nietzsche's understanding creativity or interpretation as having a hierarchical character, and he is, in other words, not simply a relativist, and believes one can determine that there are higher and lower modes of interpretation or modes of creativity, which have much to do with it's a very complicated issue, but I believe it has much to do with the comprehensiveness of the vision of the Creator. And he states famously that philosophy is the most spiritual form of the will to power, and it's the will to the first cause. So philosophy, as the comprehensive form of attempting to interpret the world, has a ranking as a higher form of will than other modes such as, philological scholarship or natural science as pursued in the modern period. And so I believe that reflection can help shed light on it, but I think we have to go back to the central notion of the importance of philosophy in this conception of nature.
The difficulty with that, though, is that that ranking is not natural. The ranking of high and low is connected necessarily to Nietzsche's teaching of will to power, which is itself an interpretation. So it's not that Nietzsche is guided in this sense of more and less powerful or more or less comprehensive by something natural. It is, again, a situation or a position that he imposes and that comes from his overall understanding. It's also the case that to the degree to which one talks of more or less comprehensive, one has in mind always in Nietzsche historical comprehensiveness, the deepening of the soul, for example, or the deepening of the self as a consequence of Socrates and Christianity and so on. And one wouldn't call that natural. It's not given naturally. It's there historically. So it's clearly the case that Nietzsche wants to find distinctions among things or assert distinctions among things and to assert distinctions which are high and low distinctions, but it's an assertion to a very large degree. And if the question is what in it isn't merely an assertion, but is something that Nietzsche finds there already, which he wants also to recapture, that's extremely, extremely unclear. And that's why the sense normally of nature as opposed to convention as something guiding Nietzsche, I think is not correct. It's not what Nietzsche means to find, and I don't think it's really what Strauss believes either.
I think that last point is quite right. I don't think Strauss believes that's the crucial issue in Nietzsche, because the term is so elusive. And as I say, Nietzsche's writings are also rhetorically complicated by this issue of esotericism. It depends on what you quote, where, and when. But if you just take the 188 thing, that nothing of any value whatsoever, no matter how you evaluate whatever you evaluate, is possible except by tyranny against nature, by a centuries-long force imposed on nature. That, you could say, against nature, that's the nature of things. That's not an interpretation. That is what Nietzsche wants to say is true. But it does get to the issue of all that, and that's all on the table. What should we say about the will to power? If it's not the nature of things in the classical sense, or in the modern psychological motivational sense, what's he talking about? And I think Strauss is well aware that Nietzsche doesn't mean the capacity to subject others' will to your will. Nietzsche says that's a kind of petty interpretation of it. The great soul of man, the equivalent of Nietzsche of the Megalosukos, the great soul of man, doesn't care about subjecting other people to his will. And it also doesn't mean being able to impose the results of your creation on everyone, because that kind of an imposition on everyone isn't really also of interest for the. So the will to power sort of has this elliptical role as the kind of absence of their. I mean, if you look at what Nietzsche thinks succeeded in the expression of the will to power, the very first thing was the power of Greek tragedy to sustain and help one endure a life. Something about, that's a kind of model. And very much at the same time, he thought there was a reanimation of a kind of form of life through music that was possible. That's the expression of the will to power. It doesn't mean you get everybody to believe it. It means that there is a kind of, within a form of life, a kind of expressive moment of its own self-understanding that inspires and sustains, encourages sacrifice, and so forth. And I think Nietzsche wants that to be deliberately elusive, not to be a kind of standard we reach for and apply to individual cases, especially since he came to be greatly disappointed with those two things. And you can see the rest of his life as a way of kind of looking for other modalities of the expression of the will to power that could sustain some sort of cultural force over time.
I was just going to, there's one other aphorism that one could bring in here. It's the 9th one in Beyond Good and Evil, which begins, according to nature, you wanted to live, oh, you Stoics. And he says, how could you possibly live according to nature? Nature is this totally chaotic thing that, is not Stoic at all. That basically your nature that you want to live according to is basically a projection of your Stoic values. But he then goes on to add, along the lines of what Robert just said, that isn't that what is most natural to, in some ways, to project onto this blank kind of slate that is nature, your own values. Which leads me to believe that, again, I'm not sure I understood you completely, Mark, but I too don't think that Nietzsche regards the will to power as a mere interpretation. It strikes me that Nietzsche regards it, as in some ways an important truth about the nature of things. And it seems to me that Strauss acknowledges that this is one of the elusive aspects of the lectures. I mean, he says a lot of things about the will to power and its internal consistencies or inconsistencies. But at the end of the day, I think he seems to claim that Nietzsche regarded the will to power as not merely an interpretation, but as, in some ways, a fundamental truth about the nature of things.
No, I think that, I don't know that that's quite correct. I think Strauss worries through this question very much of the status of will to power, of the truth of will to power in some broader way. The difficulty, however, is that if it has a deeper truth, what is it, and what is the object of that truth? What is truth about in that sense? It's not about the natural. It's always about somehow the interpretable and what's interpreted. So it becomes a problem which Strauss never simply resolves, and in a certain way, it's a greater problem for Strauss himself as he works these things through than it seems to be for Nietzsche. So I don't think it's actually right to loosely use the term nature or essence, maybe even being. It's simply not clear what it is that the deeper truth, if there is one, of will to power truly is directed towards and is about. And Strauss worries that through at great length, but without ever attributing to Nietzsche some doctrine of nature or even some clear doctrine of any way in which you would conceive what the objects are of understanding, because ultimately understanding is not about objects. It's about forming in a certain kind of way. So I think it is a more deeper and more complicated question than one would see by merely trying to reestablish Nietzsche back in the more typical categories. As Strauss says often in all of these lectures, Nietzsche somehow understands all philosophy as the creation of a variety of sets of categories, and therefore it would presumably be a mistake to simply put Nietzsche himself back within one of those things, difficult as it nonetheless remains to figure out just what Nietzsche, in a simple sense, has in mind.
Well, I agree with what Mark is saying as regards Strauss finding that there is a problem in Nietzsche's account of nature. And he says on a couple of occasions in the essay on Beyond Good and Evil that Nietzsche needs nature, but nature is a problem for him. But at the same time, one has to say Nietzsche does assert things about nature. And one notable locus is in Beyond Good and Evil, where he talks about the need to renaturalize the human. Now, it is also the case that if we speak of nature in Nietzsche, it isn't the same as a traditional distinction of nature versus convention. All right, I mean, it's, we shouldn't deny that Nietzsche has a state view on nature simply because we can't find him making that distinction. It's rather the case that he's attempting to understand nature in terms of creative will, and to find in this notion of creative will the basis for a certain hierarchical conception of forms of will to power which allow for philosophy as the most comprehensive, the most spiritual form. of the will to power. Comprehensiveness still has some meaning, even if the world we encounter is fundamentally approached and accessible only through our interpretations. That's a difficult question, but somehow comprehensiveness does mean something in that respect. And I should add that Nietzsche, Strauss tries to put into a formula the novel view of nature Strauss develops by talking about creative contemplation. And that's yoking together the creativity of the will with a stance that can be related to, in some sense, to a philosophic stance that can be characterized as contemplation, but it is not contemplation of a world of objects, an order that is independent of the interpreter or creator. It is, though, nature itself as interpreting and creating, and nature as in its creating and interpreting, at least in some higher forms, able to contemplate itself. And I mean, the eternal recurrence, I believe, is the highest and most perfect expression of this self-contemplating creative activity for the one who wills creating eternally is also contemplating a kind of eternity, an eternity of creativity as recurring eternally. I'll leave it at that.
I'll just take the opportunity to underline a couple of things people said that struck me as very important and might be returned to in the afternoon, perhaps. One is, if I understood correctly, Richard Belkley in his initial remarks here connected the question of natural right to that of the complementary man in Young and Evil 207 philosophy, in a way the hierarchy or superiority or complementarity of the philosopher. And again, this is perhaps more relevant to the afternoon. Isn't that really the heart of what Strauss meant by natural right anyway? The other thing that especially struck me was, who am I attributing it to? Mark, who spoke about the deepening of the soul, the historical deepening of the soul, caused in part by Christianity. It seems to me that this is quite crucial for Strauss. Strauss often uses the formula as describing Nietzsche's argument that there can be no biblical morality without the biblical God. Strauss doesn't, well, as Robert said, he doesn't go into detail, to say the least, on the critique of biblical morality that Nietzsche provides, and we're not sure where Strauss stands on that, but it does seem that it's that deepening of the soul from Christianity that seems to be more for the afternoon, in a way his critique or worry about Nietzsche, that Nietzsche thereby Christianizes the overman. The overman will include the results of the Christian soul, and this may be connected to Nietzsche's embrace of suffering and his rather dark view of truth, perhaps. Anyway, we would now like to invite members of the audience to ask brief questions. Brief, I underline, question, I put quotation marks around. It doesn't have to be a question, but it's something that our speakers might respond to. If you wish, you can specify who you wish to respond. We have a microphone. Will the video capture the questioners?
Yes.
Yes. So I think I'm legally bound to note that. So it is our intention to put the video on the website. So if you are ask a question, you are implicitly consenting to that. Otherwise, we would be subject to legal troubles. Professor Zinman.
When we turn to Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche, whether it's in his classes or in this few mentions in his work, aside from his one article or the article, now I think, and I don't think this was true when I was a boy, but now we can't help but think of the question of not just what is Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche, but where does Strauss stand with respect to Nietzsche? And that means, in part, where does he stand with respect to Plato and Xenophon, Nietzsche? And when I think about this, on the one hand, there's the problem of philosophy. On the other hand, there's the problem of politics. And most people didn't mention much about politics. And I want to sort of just oversimplify greatly. On the question of philosophy, the issue seems to be the status of reason, or the status of what Strauss sometimes calls rationalism. And on the one hand, there seems to be this chasm between, say, Plato, Strauss, and Nietzsche on the question of reason. But it's not clear exactly what Strauss's final position on the question of the status of reason in Nietzsche is, if only because it's not clear what his final position is concerning, say, the question of the status of nature. The same thing is true with respect to politics. On the one hand, you have Strauss and Plato, who are, say, not philanthropic. On the other hand, you have Nietzsche, who seems to be philanthropic. But again, there is this ambiguity. Strauss repeatedly emphasizes that Nietzsche is above all concerned about philosophy, not politics. On the other hand, however, he's always critical of him for, you might say, preparing the ground for fascism. So, what is Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche on the status of reason, the question of reason, and what about politics also? I mean, it just seems to me that those simple questions help get us organized.
Does anyone wish to? I mean, some of this, I'm sure, will be, I hope, addressed in the afternoon, or focus more on the evaluation. It is partly a matter of understanding, you know, how rational is Nietzsche? How rational is Strauss's Nietzsche? How philanthropic is Strauss?
How rational is Strauss's Plato?
I mean, in his discussions of Nietzsche, Strauss emphasizes often Nietzsche's distance from, self-conscious distance from the rational ego. This is precisely connected to his locating in Nietzsche a grounding in the self, where the self has some serious aspects of the body, the passions, and so on. So the dominance of reason, not just in the modern form, but in the classic form, is certainly something that Strauss understands Nietzsche to be disputing. I think I think
that's unquestionable.
yeah. So that's I think clear. And Strauss, in his discussion, doesn't simply denigrate or dispute the importance of some of the elements of this self, though perhaps again something we'll discuss more this afternoon. He sometimes contrasts Platonic eros with will to power. Eros is somehow taking the place of, or will to power is somehow taking the place of eros. So both of those elements are central. In terms of politics, some of his criticism of Nietzsche's relation to fascism have to do with Nietzsche's rhetoric. All of these extreme and dangerous things he says. As he says somewhere, he's confident that Nietzsche would be the first one to leave town when the fascists took over. But nonetheless, his own rhetoric has plenty to do with it. And I think not just his rhetoric, in fact. Some of his understanding of high and low as he presents it, even if it isn't presented quite so extremely, but nonetheless as he presents it, because he presents even philosophy always in conjunction with, or often at least in conjunction with, legislating and commanding and forming a people. I think it's a serious charge and a serious relationship. But I don't recall Strauss actually saying that in and of itself would bring Nietzsche's thought qua thought into question.
The famous passage, of course, which you know, is that Nietzsche is as little responsible for fascism as Rousseau is for Jacobinism. But that means he's as much responsible for fascism as Rousseau is for Jacobinism. And that means we have to decide how much a little is. It's an ambiguous phrase. But with respect to Dick's question, I don't think that Strauss himself thinks of this question as getting very far if we pose it in terms of the authority of reason versus a kind of irrationalism. Strauss, of course, believes that the philosophical life is the best form of life, but he doesn't believe that because he thinks there is a knockdown argument sustainable by pure reason to establish that. So we have to begin with that. That's not why philosophy is the best human life. It would be question-begging if there were such a strategy. It's also the best human life politically if the best, in one way or another, rule either culturally or exclusively politically, but that also is not a product of ratiocination, moving through various alternatives with arguments to defeat opponents and so forth. So that's one thing that sort of changes the nature of the question and puts Strauss and Nietzsche not all that close together, but at least apart from the people like Spinoza or Hobbes, or people who do think that a reconfiguration of the notion of reason can provide us with an answer. I mean, it's difficult because there are different answers. The question of what is the best human life, the substantively best, is different from the question in the modern ages of what is a just life, that is, what life politically is responsive to the conflicting interests of mere individuals. And that's different from Nietzsche's question, which is a new question. What is a meaningful life? A question that descends a bit from Rousseau for the first time. So the questions being asked are important to address your point. And what Strauss calls in the essay on Beyond Good and Evil, quoting the seventh letter, the weakness of the logos is what we have to live with. There isn't a decisive philosophical answer to the question of the best human life. And we have to find some way of living with the operatic or synthetic character of how far philosophy can take us.
Well, this pretty much dovetails with what Robert just said. Strauss, we recall, speaks of finding the traditional interpretation of the tradition questionable, and that Nietzsche was crucial to helping him to see that. So Strauss is really investigating what reason is, rather than assuming that he has some available traditional view of reason that will simply show Nietzsche to be wrong. And I have a few quotations that are this afternoon, where he is indicating the openness with which he's considering Nietzsche's approach to fundamental matters. So one could say he goes back to Plato, also trying to understand, something like reason or nature, without a presupposed view of a traditional sort. And that for Plato, nature is a problem as it is for Nietzsche. On the political matter, which is the
Sure.
I think that, yes. I think Strauss occasionally sheds some light on how he views the political implications of Nietzsche. I mean, he does, of course, say that Nietzsche's extreme rhetoric helped prepare the way for fascism, but this sentence from the essay, What is Political Philosophy, think helps to show how he views the particular problem Nietzsche has with respect to politics. Nietzsche's call to creativity was addressed to individuals who should revolutionize their lives, not to society or the nation. But even so, Nietzsche hoped that the genuine creators would form a new nobility able to rule the planet. So, the primary concern is with the revolutionizing of individual lives and the leading of individuals toward a deeper, in his sense, more philosophic existence. But that is bound up in Nietzsche's thought with some project that has political implications, even if he doesn't elaborate on it in political terms. In other words, some need to address the human condition as a whole and to attempt to transform it so as to make possible for the future the appearance of the higher form of life. And Strauss, I think, finds that a problem inherent in this stance. He makes an interesting comment in a lecture he gave in 1940. Let's see, it's called Living Issues of Post-War German Philosophy, and points out that the question Nietzsche poses is necessary from a theoretical standpoint. Namely, is there a kind of nature again is introduced, that is superior to what we have experienced historically, what we have established in the modern world. But the problem with that question is when it is understood in some way practically. And that was the problem he thought with German, and with much of what happened in Germany. I mean, with the failure to distinguish between the necessary theoretical questions and the kind of thinking, the kind of prudent thinking one needs for practical matters. That, in other words, he's not directly ascribing to Nietzsche a full-blown political project, but saying that insufficient consideration is given to how this primarily theoretical inquiry, which is quite deep and in a way necessary, can have political implications, okay, or some consequences that are not being considered by Nietzsche and Nietzscheans. By the way, a similar criticism relates to Heidegger.
But I think on the political question, even that strikes me as a little bit too apolitical, or a little bit too distant. Nietzsche has things to say about current politics. Nietzsche has things to say about the future of Germany. Nietzsche has things to say about religion and what religions have done and created and made and shaped practically. So there's a greater degree of concrete, practical, revolutionary responsibility that one, I think, could reasonably ascribe to Nietzsche than merely the kind of generality of the theoretical understanding has some kinds of political consequence.
Well, it's highly critical. Yes, certainly he's highly critical. What one doesn't find is a clearly constructive political philosophy.
One might note that Nietzsche in the 1870s, there was a story that the Louvre burned down. It was the first instance, really, of public European-wide fake news. It hadn't burned down, and Nietzsche spent a week weeping, thinking this was the real beginning of the rule of the mob, because the Paris Commune, he thought it had burned it down. And even after many reports started coming back in that the Louvre was fine, Nietzsche continued to be very, very upset. The idea that it wasn't true didn't bother him for a while, and because he was so upset that this was the beginning of the burning down of all the things that were valuable that the mob could never understand and so forth. So yeah, he was certainly engaged. It's a wonderful story, by the way. Nobody wanted to believe that it wasn't true. They thought all the reports of it not being true were also fake news. Where have I heard that before?
Can I respond just for a second?
Briefly,
Okay. On the last point, I think none of you face up to this, and that is, let's assume that Nietzsche's highest concern is philosophy, the philosophic life, its survival, its perpetuation. From his point of view, there's no question that the philosophic life has political preconditions, and those political preconditions are an aristocratic, oligarchic, hierarchical society. So if he's right about that, and we tend not to talk about that, but if he's right about that, then there is no possible way of simply severing his concern with philosophy, or his elevation of philosophy to his highest concern, from the political question. And for us, what does it mean to advocate a hierarchical society today, for the sake of philosophy? I think that's the real question that Nietzsche faced, and that we probably ought to face if he's right about the conditions of philosophy. Of course, he might not.
I saw a hand back there. You want to come forward to the mic?
It's a quick question. What do you? This is for Professor Pippin. What do you think for Strauss the significance is that Zarathustra in particular was a kind of inspired text? So he talks about on page 18. I couldn't quite tell if he was joking or not, but he wrote it so fast. It was as if an evil god, an evil spirit had was a source of this. So this is a different kind of demon than like Socrates had. It's creative, and it seems to be part of Nietzsche's project to present an alternative to Christianity. There's a kind of creative demonic force behind this.
Well, that's a very big question. I mean, we're going to talk about some of this afternoon. I have some things to say about Zarathustra and the Zarathustra lectures. The brief point is Strauss is fully aware that the form of this book, Zarathustra, is biblical only in the sense that it's biblical irony. And the real question about what you mentioned about the sort of marginal and setup issues for why Nietzsche thought a Persian prophet was necessary in order to recover from the damage the distinction between beyond good and evil did has to do with these two questions: what the status of the irony is in the presentation of Zarathustra as a prophet, what Nietzsche's attitude towards him was, and what Strauss's attitude towards Nietzsche's attitude towards Zarathustra was. And that's a difficult question to answer economically, but it's a very important one for that set of lectures particularly.
But Robert, yes, it is ironical, but wouldn't you say there is a genuine concern with the sacred in some form?
In Zarathustra itself? Yeah, oh yeah, of course, yeah.
And so, not Christian.
Right.
And
It's
again, in some ways, it's biblical.
non-atheistic sacred.
Yeah.
Michael, I'm pretty nearsighted.
Just want to start by thanking all the speakers for very stimulating comments. At least I have a page full of questions, but I'm not going to ask them all. I just wanted to start actually with something that Robert had said a little bit earlier. He cited Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy and, sorry, not that, but the uses and disadvantages of history, uses and disadvantages of history for life. And in your comment there, as I understood you were saying, you seem to be pretty as equivocal Nietzsche's appeal to life in that essay. And Nietzsche in his early work seems to be a kind of life philosopher, as was common at that time. And you seem to make that equivalent to will to power. And I wonder, did you actually mean to say that? Could you say more about it? And what would the panel in general think about the idea that this life philosophy, which was common in the 19th century, whether that sheds some light on will to power?
Well, I don't think I was the one who mentioned use and abuse, but it's a very interesting question, so I'm talking, I'll keep talking. This has to do with what I briefly said about the shift in Nietzsche's, what the primary question is. Whether the primary question is the best human life, or the most just or sustainable human life, or the most meaningful life. And in the last section, the question of life leads to a different set of evaluative markers, especially the question of health. which is, of course, extremely important for Nietzsche. And part of his diagnostic claim is that we're sick, and then you have to ask, well, what does it mean if we don't have a natural teleological conception of life as having its own end? You can sort of see Nietzsche trying to figure out what would be, and here these terms are so vague. Life-affirming is his central category of evaluative success, beyond the affirming moment. And I don't know of an economical way to address both the question of the relation between will to power and life and the question of how Nietzsche wants to get an evaluative category out of the reconfiguration of the problem of living as a healthy life. But it's a very important question. I don't know how to really address it economically.
I was just going to say, clearly later Nietzsche equates life and will to power. Will to power is the will of life. I think it would be reading back into the uses and disadvantages, the idea of the will to power. I mean, obviously there's some affinities or connections, the idea that, both life and uses and will to power later on, they're about they're about creativity, vitality, which may be just another word for life, actually. But it seems to me that the will to power, the later concept, is very much bound up with this idea, as we see in Zarathustra, with overcoming, constant transcending. I don't really see that as the theme of uses and disadvantages. Life seems to have a more fixed meaning in some ways in that essay than I think Nietzsche comes to later on.
I don't think the will to power and life are equivalent to Nietzsche. It couldn't be. I mean, he argues is perhaps always too strong a term. He claims certainly that will to power is the principle of the inanimate as well as the living. So you couldn't understand them to be equivalent. You also need, it seems to me, one would need in these kinds of discussions a more subtle understanding of what overcoming or even life means, because it's not merely that there's a constant creating, if that means a constant destroying. There's a creating and an overcoming, which is also a fixing, or a fixing in place. That's part of what actually the will to truth is, which might then also involve a further overcoming. So another way to say this is that life in one sense would have to include fixing or dying or freezing in place, or one might just better off be saying that will to power includes both of those things, and transcending and overcoming includes both of those things, both vitality and fixing in place and so on. Not so much in use and abuse, but more generally, that you could argue that that's part of the historical process. And in these essays, Strauss refers often to use and abuse, actually, when he's trying to explain what exactly Nietzsche's connection to history is. So,
well, basically, I'm just adding that textual. I think you find in both Birth of Tragedy and Interminably Meditations certain notions that point, you could say, of course we see this retrospectively, to the will to power and the emphasis on creativity in both works. The creativity of the poet versus Socrates, and also that the higher stance of the poet involves a certain affirmation of suffering, which is central to the idea of the Dionysian. Right? And in the use and abuse of history, you have the highest form of history calls for the abilities of a poet, and the poet as a creator and an interpreter. So these certain things point to the ideas that are, crystallized, brought together in the will of power.
The one brief thing occurs to me with Mike's question, that is, Nietzsche does not say in Use and Abuse of History that the historicist thesis is wrong. He says it's bad for us. It's bad for life. And that introduces the question of illusions and fictions within which, the cloud of illusions and fictions within which we have to live. And that always sounds to people like a very jejune, sophomoric kind of claim that if believing this is bad for us, we just won't believe it, which is impossible. Belief tracks truth. You can't will yourself to believe something just because it's good for you. But I think the issue is much more complicated, and that Strauss understands it. It has to do with the real issue of life has to do with the question of what Strauss calls the theoretical attitude. You know, the sideways on attitude, say, of modern natural science, or philosophy that considers itself looking on at life, versus a point of view inside of life. From the standpoint of theoretical philosophy, that looks like a concession to the kind of everyday illusions and fictions of life. But I think both Nietzsche and Strauss realize that that's a tendentious and very misleading characterization of what life requires of us. It doesn't require that we believe things that are false. That's just the first step in understanding what it might mean. But I think there is something there that shows up later in Nietzsche, and is we'll talk about it this afternoon. I think we're probably going to end up talking about everything by the time we finish this morning, but it's a very important point.
I just have one more thing to add. It seems to me that this question about these two moments in Nietzsche's oeuvre, the will to power obviously is connected with the notion of becoming and the affirmation of becoming in Nietzsche's later philosophy. It seems to me that the perspective of uses and disadvantages, becoming is a problem. In some ways, the very problem that essay is directed against is that the stream of becoming in some ways prevents people from actually being capable of acting in any sort of vigorous way. So, you know, it's an interesting question because I think it actually highlights in some ways the fact that Nietzsche does develop, that all these notions are not there, you know, from the outset.
I'm going to add one thing to what Robert and Paul just said. Near the very end of Natural Right and History, if I remember correctly, Strauss credits Nietzsche with an attempt to recover the possibility of practice that had been threatened by theory. I'm not sure I want to equate practice with life here. It's a very striking formulation and complicates the whole political thing that I'm sure we'll be coming back to. Did I see another hand there? Catherine Zwicker.
Let me try to ask a complicated question in two parts, simply. So the first would have to do with, well, both have to do with Strauss's stance towards Nietzsche. I believe, if I can trust my short-term memory, that Nathan, you began with the very well-known 35 letter in which Strauss says, until I was 30, I agreed with everything I understood of Nietzsche, suggesting that he no longer simply agreed. And I believe in that letter he suggests that what he disagrees about has to do with whether Nietzsche got back to antiquity or not. Then Richard cited a letter I don't know from 1930 in which Strauss said that Nietzsche reopened all of the questions of the tradition, which is a claim I think Strauss later makes in his exchanges with Jacob Klein about Heidegger. And so I'm wondering how you see, is that related to Strauss's change of mind? So that would be the first question about Strauss's stance towards Nietzsche. And then maybe to ask a question in just the form of an assertion, picking up on Dick Simmons' question. Nietzsche says in Beyond Good and Evil, philosophers are legislators. Strauss says a philosopher can survive in any regime. That would suggest a pretty different understanding of philosophy as well as politics.
Anybody wish to respond? Or you can just nod.
I certainly agree. I think the second point, the first point, others can discuss this. The second question point, I think, is correct. I mean, that is a way of thinking about the connection between the political and the philosophical, and the political philosophical and religious, which I think is significant here too, which differentiates Nietzsche from many others, and certainly differentiates Nietzsche in any direct or obvious way from Plato. Philosophy itself is a kind of legislating, and also involves a kind of more ordinary legislating, because it involves an imposition of creating, a making, and a forming, not simply a discovery. And therefore, Nietzsche's relation to the political is a little bit different from, and in a way broader than and more immediate than the more general points that Dick was making, which are true generally. Whether or not philosophy requires an aristocracy as opposed to a democracy of a certain sort is another question, and I don't know that one would need to say that it requires an aristocracy. It requires some standards, some views of high and low, but it certainly can flourish for a while in a democracy. Nietzsche certainly did not think that, however, and there is a link, I think, between his political project and what philosophy is for Nietzsche as a forming and creating and a shaping and a willing, and not a discovering primarily. And I believe that Strauss's view, certainly at least of the distinction between creating and shaping on the one hand and discovering on the other.
I'm not comfortable with the distinction between the simply making versus simply discovering. I think both Nietzsche and Strauss realize that's a little more unstable. It's perfectly clear in Nietzsche that he doesn't mean what should happen is that everybody should make up everything they want to live like and do it. It's nothing like that. The second chapter of The Gay Science makes clear how much what he calls an intellectual conscience is worth to him, an enormous amount. He says something like people who don't worry about whether their views are true are just absurd, ridiculous, disgusting. So it's an enormously complicated issue. I mean, Kant is the one who said human beings shall be subject to no law that they do not legislate for themselves. But he didn't mean make it up. He meant whatever they determine should be the rule of their life must be consistent with the conditions of them being able to determine it. And for Kant, that was reason. That's not the case for Nietzsche, and I'm not sure it's the case for Strauss. But I don't think, to go back to Catherine's question, that the characterization of the philosopher as a legislator need mean he's a political ruler. I'm not really in a position to defend the fact that this distinction is not that disjunctive in either Nietzsche or Strauss between making or legislating and discovering or contemplating. But I am reminded of that passage, Nathan will know it probably, where Strauss said, actually, right now it's one of the best historical conditions for philosophy ever, because no one cares what we say. We say whatever we want, nobody cares. Democracy has sort of equalized all potentially dangerous political views because everybody ignores them. It is true that a kind of, and boy is it true recently, the kind of degradation of political discourse can endanger universities. And if they endanger universities, they endanger philosophy. So it's not quite that simple. But I don't think he believes there are strict political conditions for the flourishing of philosophy.
Nietzsche, Strauss, who?
Neither Strauss nor Nietzsche.
You said he. I would like to invite our speakers to reflect a little more on one matter that I think only Robert Pippin dealt with, which is, if I said this was the first panels on Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche, generally it's been taken here this morning to mean what views did he attribute to Nietzsche, but Robert started by interpreting my word interpretation to mean how did he interpret Nietzsche, which emphasizing the esotericism and the attempt to find order among the aphorisms and within the aphorisms. Catherine reminded me again of the letter I quoted to Löwit, where Strauss makes a distinction between Nietzsche's it makes two distinctions, one between his polemic and his teaching. the way to understand him is to somehow strip away the polemic to get to the teaching. But then there's also this, he makes the distinction between his intention and his teaching, and says that what we, Löwit, Strauss, have to do is move beyond his teaching in line with his intention. This perhaps takes us to the afternoon, because that, in a way, that just as you were blurring the distinction between form and discover, blurring the distinction between interpret and critique. If you're going to understand someone's teaching in light of their intentions, even if they didn't follow their intention through, you are both interpreting and critiquing, something that Strauss discusses more thematically elsewhere. So I don't know if anyone wanted to say more about the how Strauss interprets Nietzsche as distinguished from what his interpretation is.
I went back and read that letter in preparation for this, and I actually have the quote here that you've actually accurately summarized. But it's a fascinating letter, not only for the fact that it says that Strauss says that there was a time in his life when he believed everything he read in Nietzsche, but
that he understood.
But he does have this very interesting comment about how to interpret a philosopher like Nietzsche. One of the things that is interesting, actually, I found in the lectures on this subject is that Strauss never refers to Löwit once in a set of lectures devoted, to a large extent to interpreting the eternal return. He doesn't mention his old friend's very prominent interpretation of that doctrine. And this letter in some ways indicates why. He criticizes, this is a letter from 35, Löwit's book on the eternal return had just come out in 35. And he criticizes Löwit for in some ways focusing on the contradictions or difficulties in Nietzsche, as if it's not enough to simply see that Löwit sees a contradiction between the will to power and the eternal return in Nietzsche. That's not enough, Karl. Says Strauss, and this is the quote that Nathan just referred to. He says, "In brief, I think that you do not take seriously enough those intentions of Nietzsche which point beyond Nietzsche's teaching. For it is not sufficient to stop where Nietzsche is no longer right. Rather, one must ask whether or not Nietzsche himself became untrue to his intention to repeat antiquity, and did so as a result of his confinement within modern presuppositions or in polemics against these." And what I find interesting about that quote is that it's amazing to me that this is 1935. There is a way in which the lectures in 59? 59. It seems to me that he anticipates very clearly the effort to kind of uncover the intentions that go beyond Nietzsche's teaching in these lectures.
This, in a way, is an excellent segue from the subject of this morning's panel, Strauss's quote interpretation, to his quote evaluation.
But I think what needs
could be characterized as the effort to move beyond his teaching in line with his intention.
Nonetheless, I think what needs to be seen a fairly straightforward way in which Strauss progresses, not dissimilar to much of what he does elsewhere. He begins at the beginning. He goes through it piece by piece. He tries to explain it and understand it in terms of Nietzsche's understanding himself and what he's doing. He tries to connect things which look hard to connect as best he can. He also applies to his discussion some of Strauss's own characteristic questions to which he returns in various summaries. So much of it is very much like you would otherwise see, where he attempts to give Nietzsche the credit for understanding himself and tries to work it through piece by piece. And it's not as mysterious in form as maybe maybe it would sound. One comment about Kant, Strauss begins by connecting it right, Nietzsche back to Kant, but then treats Nietzsche as a very extreme version of this nonetheless, right? And specifically distinguishes Kant's limits, what Kant thinks he discovers, what Kant thinks his creation applies to, from his understanding of Nietzsche. But simply back to the main point, in many ways the progress of the understanding is very straightforward. It's elliptical a bit, of course, in the essay because it's so compressed, but when you compare the essay to the St. John's transcript, it's quite connected to it.
One more comment on the relationship between interpretation and criticism in Strauss. He makes a very interesting statement about Heidegger as a reader of Nietzsche. In his late lecture, I believe it's 1970, on the problem of Socrates, he states, "The profoundest interpreter and at the same time the profoundest critic of Nietzsche is Heidegger. He is Nietzsche's profoundest interpreter because he is his profoundest critic." That suggests that Strauss made himself the undertaking critical interpretation, and that he sees that as appropriate and even necessary to be both.
Yeah, I think in his review of Collingwood and his review of Wilde, neither of which he ever included in his collections of essays, he uses the formula, interpretation must precede critique. So he's not opposed to critique. He's the first, or as he more frequently says, you have to first understand an author as he's understood himself before you attempt to understand him better than himself. So he doesn't rule out understanding him better than himself or critiquing. It's just that the other that Mark described so well a minute ago has to come first.
But you can't simply separate interpretation and critique if the greatest interpreter is also a critic.
And the question of whether this would apply to him too, as interpreter and critic.
I think it does apply to him, certainly if it does in the Beyond Good and Evil essay. I mean, I've only begun to talk about the things that are peculiar about it, that the will to power is a vindication of God, that Nietzsche is essentially a religious thinker, but I don't understand that, so I'm going to send you to Karl Reinhardt's essay. The entire essay is suffused with that, and at the end, it ends with a German passage that Strauss clearly suggests is Nietzsche. He quotes it in German. The essay ends with a German quotation. It's not Nietzsche, it's Strauss. So I think Strauss is insisting on a little work and teasing out what he's criticizing and taking from Nietzsche as well.
I think young Strauss is good, since he refers to young Strauss at the beginning.
I'm under an obligation to halt promptly at noon and to invite you to come back at 2, where we will transition from interpretation to critique. I hope no one was misled by it, but we are resuming at 2 or 2:03. Those of you who weren't here in the morning, can someone recirculate the sign-up sheet? The first session was more or less devoted to Strauss's interpretation of Nietzsche. This one to his, I somewhat mischievously called it, evaluation of Nietzsche. Let us say his stance toward Nietzsche, what things he agrees with Nietzsche about, what things he disagrees about. I'm sure I could have made a list easily of a dozen things that were mentioned in the morning, which we said, we'll come back to that in the afternoon, but I didn't make such a list, and we may come back to them. I did promise that we would go in reverse alphabetical order this time, starting with Richard Belkley.
Thank you. So, you'll hear my dreary voice again for about 10 minutes. I hope not much more than that. And there are many topics on Strauss's evaluation or stance towards Nietzsche, I'm, as I did in my first set of comments, simplifying things by just talking about three primary issues, the same primary themes. There are many aspects to each of these, maybe, that I can't develop. Maybe we'll have more discussion of them. First, history, then natural rights, and then political philosophy. And I'll start with repeating a statement that we were discussing in the first session. Strauss's statement that Nietzsche tried to return from history to nature and thus began to return to classical natural right, but on the basis of the rejection of nature as a standard. Now, Strauss refers here to Nietzsche's attempt to overcome the historical consciousness. That is to say, Strauss regards Nietzsche as beginning the self-overcoming of historicism, which he, in some sense, continues. So I have more to clarify on that. In Strauss's view, Nietzsche's attempt was incomplete. We have a reference, I think it was made by Catherine Zucker, in the first half, to a statement that Strauss makes to Karl Löwit in a letter of 1935, that Nietzsche fails to overthrow the powers he struggled against, while Plato enables one to pose Nietzsche's questions, thus our questions, in a simpler, clearer, and more original way. At this point, Strauss had begun his return to pre-modern rationalism, the possibility of which he had previously, in the 1920s and until around the time of the Spinoza book, had doubted. Now, there is another comment. This is in a 1940 lecture on the living issues of post-war German philosophy of Strauss, namely that Nietzsche did not undertake the necessary historical account of the genesis of historicism. So it's referring to, clearly, to an enterprise that Strauss already conceived. One sees this worked out in detail in various places, but especially perhaps in the book Natural Right and History lectures that became the book. All right. And now another point of reference on this topic is statements Strauss made in the 1930s, especially in correspondence to Gerhard Kruger, about attempting to uncover or to emerge from the cave beneath the cave, which means especially, although I think not only, the dismantling of the historical consciousness of modern thought, which conceals the original cave of problems that are inherent in political and moral life, which we can discover articulated most fully in Greek philosophy. Now, in Strauss's view, Nietzsche did not undertake this, although his thought was in some sense moving towards classical recovery. But basically, as I was saying before, the classical understanding of philosophy. In the seminar on Zarathustra, Strauss faults Nietzsche for beginning, as he puts it, for beginning with the will to power, rather than with a Socratic examination of the pre-philosophic political and moral realm with its inherent questions and problems. So that is an area in which Strauss expresses criticism, even as he also points to some common ground. Now, concerning natural right, I went there also to refer to a statement that came up in the first session from the Zarathustra seminar. The statement, by understanding Nietzsche, we shall understand the deepest objections or obstacles to natural right that exist in the modern mind. I mean, that statement taken by itself is not clearly a criticism. It's a statement that we learn, the deepest criticisms. It's quite possible that you might agree with the criticisms. Nietzsche may be close to Socrates and Plato in his effort to recover the original meaning of philosophy as, in some sense we can say, engage with knowledge of the whole, or having a cosmic character. That's a term Strauss uses in the 1940 lecture in connection with Nietzsche. But in Strauss's view, we gathered this from different places, Nietzsche is not truly or not completely Socratic. I mean, it is difficult to say, well, just to what extent. I mean, I think Strauss really does want to point to an affinity. Now, taking that statement I quoted, Strauss claims to learn from Nietzsche. And perhaps he's making a claim that perhaps it implies that he learns from him in a way that he does not learn from other modern philosophers. Well, I mean, simply in terms of content, he's claiming we learn the deepest objections to natural right. So, I mean, positively then, we can say that Strauss in his speleology, if we like, I mean, his emerging from his effort to emerge from the cave beneath the cave, Nietzsche is crucial for that endeavor on his part. Okay? I mean, Strauss's endeavor. The implication is Strauss has to come to terms with Nietzsche's exposure of the deepest ground of objection to traditional or classical natural right. Now, at the same time, Strauss seems to question elements of Nietzsche's thinking, and we've been referring to some of these. I'll mention them at this moment. Just the high estimation of individuality that's evident in Nietzsche, that at least seems to be a problematic. Strauss's view is that the perspective of the thinker as a creator or as creator-interpreter is deeply fashioned or deeply conditioned by the individuality of the thinker. That certainly means, at least to a significant degree, the bodily existence of the individual thinker, as the self or the ego is less profound than the body. course, we shouldn't be understanding the body in Nietzsche in traditional scientific or mechanistic terms. Or there's a depth to the body which in some sense is spiritual. Now, but as I understand Strauss in the transcript, the effort to come to terms with that individuality or the individual perspectival character of thought leads to the paradoxes of eternal recurrence. I mean, stating this very formulaically, the eternal recurrence is the eternalizing of the individual perspective. An eternalizing of it which is at the same time a contemplation of the creative act, of the creativity of the individual interpreter. And as we mentioned earlier, Strauss has coined a significant term for this mode of knowing or understanding in Nietzsche, which he calls creative contemplation. Actually, the transcript suggests that he's taking it from Boris Pasternak, since, well, he quotes an interesting passage from an autobiographical sketch by Pasternak, in which Pasternak is discussing Tolstoy's artistic perception of the manner in which Tolstoy, as a writer, perceives things. And Pasternak uses the term creative contemplation to describe it. Because of limits on time, I'll go on to the third point. Political philosophy. And this is a topic that, someone complained, I think, in the first session, that we had not yet said anything about the Bible and Greek philosophy. This is but crucial for Nietzsche, that is, to try to understand, to bring about a fusion or synthesis, which Strauss regards as very deep, not simply some error that Nietzsche makes. For Nietzsche undertakes this fusion with deep insights about both traditions, deep sympathy for them, as Strauss says. A term of that sort. One of the most sympathetic observers, or something of that sort, of these traditions. But Strauss does say that this undertaking is problematic. And Robert Hithebread, an appropriate quotation from the Existentialism essay of 1956. Perhaps I should just read a little bit of it. Nietzsche's philosophy of the future is the heir to the Bible. He is an heir to that deepening of the soul which has been effected by the biblical belief in a God that is holy. I should read the next sentence. The philosophy of the future, as distinguished from classical philosophy, will be concerned with the holy. His philosophizing will be intrinsically religious. Now, one might say, this is my proposal, I'm not finding this directly said in Strauss. The deepest valorizing of human individuality is expressed in the idea of the holy. For the holy relates to the unique, that is, to the absolute worth of, or a sense of reverence for, unique persons or peoples. One should remember an important section of Part 1 of Zarathustra called on 1,001 Goals, where he's describing the various tables, as he calls them, tables of value that people put above themselves and toward which express their pious strivings and express their conception of the holy. But it's very important that there isn't a universal table of that sort in Nietzsche's account. The question is, what about his own understanding of his philosophic project, one might say? Is that in some sense universal? Perhaps it is. But on the other hand, it seems as though what he is most calling for is the appearance of the true individual, as he says in that same section. You know, the age of the individual now must arise because the age of the peoples is withering away. Now, all right. Now concerning whatever religiosity is in Nietzsche, a few remarks. It's clear that Nietzsche rejects the biblical God in a crucial sense. That is, as a God outside the world. And Nietzsche affirms a divinity of some kind within the world. Or perhaps one could say it is in nature, or as nature itself, as he understands it. I mean, the divinity outside the world is rejected, since such a divinity devalues, as Nietzsche puts it, devalues the world, devalues the body, devalues our temporal existence, which is related to the revenge against time, the revenge against mortality, and striving beyond time and mortality, which is, you know, in some sense initiated by Socrates, but carried forward by Christianity in a very strong way. That's, you know, central to this criticism of Christianity. But is Nietzsche's own thinking, call it religiosity, can we call it pagan, as some do say? And well, let us note though that Nietzsche and Zarathustra certainly has some very unclassical sounding statements of, you know, his deepest concerns, such as man is something that must be overcome, and man is a rope over an abyss tied between beast and overman. So central to Nietzsche's thought is some notion that the human, as we know it, must be overcome. I would say that there's no parallel to that in anything in Greek antiquity, but there is a parallel of sorts in the biblical tradition, or parallels, perhaps. And now, the creator, philosopher of the future, for which Nietzsche calls, introduces a new divinity, or perhaps is that that creator is perhaps itself something divine, or having divine features. And, you know, Robert has pointed to that interesting quotation in German at the end of the essay on Beyond Good and Evil: the noble nature replaces the divine nature. Well, the new noble nature is really inheriting something, or drawing something from what previously was God. So this project of rejuvenating and elevating humanity involves a transcending of Greek philosophy, at least crucial aspects of it, as well as of Christianity, but toward what seems to be a new fusion of sorts of Greek and biblical wisdom, or we might call it, you know, the West and the East. We understand those terms in a certain way. By the way, Strauss, significantly in a couple of places, makes parallel comments about Heidegger's concerns of finding the deepest common ground of the East and the West to address the problem of the world society, the emerging world society. And Strauss calls that response, by the way, a deep one, which isn't to say that he endorses it or follows it himself. But he says no one, I hope I get the words right, no one has an inkling, no one else has an inkling of the problem of what is involved in addressing the world society. No one else, other than Heidegger. This is a profound response to nihilism, the nihilism of modern civilization. But Strauss, and I'm coming to the end, Strauss holds back. I mean, certainly from any direct endorsement or approval of this. For, as I understand it, he holds back because it would involve a fusion of philosophy with political life in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the character of philosophy as inherently critical, inherently oppositional in a fundamental sense toward political life. And Nietzsche himself, Strauss points out, reveals that tension. So once again, we have the complexity of Nietzsche's position and the complexity of his view of philosophy as both having something very akin to the classical view of the philosopher, but also something new, something novel, involving a fusion of classical and biblical with the thought. Now, I just want to refer to a couple of quotes, and then I'll stop. Further quotes that I think are interesting. These pertain to what I think is the evident non-dogmatic character of Strauss, or his openness to reflecting on, positions, possibilities that one might think are, alien to his thought. Don't most people think that Strauss regards Nietzsche simply as having gone way off, the right track, and the thinkers that deserve our true respect are the Greek philosophers, especially the Greek, and some of the others, later ones. But now, Strauss says in the Zarathustra transcript, though, that Nietzsche is raising a possibility that has previously not been seen, and one, therefore, that he believes in, and one that he believes must be taken seriously. I refer to a remark he makes in his seminar of 1967 on Beyond Good and Evil and the Genealogy of Morals, pertaining to aphorism 45, Beyond Good and Evil, which begins a section called The Natural History of Morals. And Nietzsche makes a statement about, let's see, about the history of the soul, and that the one would study the natural history, it's the natural history of religion, crucially, it's the natural history of religion, must investigate the entire history of the soul so far. And Nietzsche goes on to say, and its further possibilities are not known. And Strauss seems to endorse this and to say, the possibilities for the human soul are perhaps infinite. Now, it could be that he's simply paraphrasing Nietzsche's thought. But I mean, it would be consistent, though, with the way in which he, at various points, says philosophers might arise in the future who have developed thoughts with which we are not at all acquainted now. And he says about Nietzsche's thought, we should not reject his thought simply because it's original. There's another expression of this sort of modesty on his part. I think it's kind of modesty, which is in connection with Heidegger. And this is in the essay called The Problem of Socrates, in which he's discussing Heidegger's reflection on thinking, and that Heidegger pays attention to the German word for thinking. And Strauss says, to this procedure, Heidegger makes the objection to his own procedure of thinking about the German word, that a German word obviously belongs to a particular language, and thinking is something not particular. Hence, one cannot bring to light what thinking is by reflecting on one word of a particular language. Which means that historicism, even in its Heideggerian form, contains for him a problem. He says that Heidegger tries to address this problem by attempting to understand the different ways of approaching the world in the East and the West, and seeking to some way to bridge that difference. And Strauss demands, if this is reasonable, our first test, if it is reasonable, he doesn't say it is not, if this is reasonable, our first task would be the one in which we are already engaged, the task of understanding the great Western books. By implication, Strauss is open to the possibility that we don't wholly grasp the phenomenon of thinking on the basis of the limited acquaintance we have with certain languages or certain traditions. And lastly, on this theme of Strauss's openness and modesty, I quote this line from The City of Man, the sentence, there is no unqualified transcending, even by the wisest man as such, of the sphere of opinion. Because of the elusiveness of the whole, the beginning or the questions retain a greater evidence than the end or the answers. Return to the beginning remains a constant necessity. And I'll just add, I don't endorse the view, which I think is held by some prominent interpreter of Strauss, that he regards essentially the same problem, which can be called reason and revelation, or the theological political problem. Essentially the same problem is appearing again and again. Socrates, Al-Farabi, Maimonides, Machiavelli, Rousseau, Nietzsche, and essentially we grasp the arguments that can be brought forth in this confrontation, and we discover the superiority of philosophy. That approach to Strauss seems to me to be too narrow, and to suggest that Strauss's approach to the problems would be different from what he here says, namely, that the return to the beginnings remains of constant necessity. The beginnings, by the way, in his case, certainly, includes going back to other philosophers, right? Such as going back to Nietzsche. It doesn't seem to be going back to Nietzsche just to discover the same reading of reason versus revelation. Because if you already got it right, why would you have to go back to him? In fact, one needs to go back because there are unsolved problems or there are possibilities that the philosopher raises that remain necessary to consider. All right, no further.
Thank you. Robert Pippin?
Thank you. I think that Nietzsche's importance for Strauss stems primarily from what Strauss regarded as Nietzsche's diagnostic acuity. Said another way, Nietzsche's value for Strauss lay as much in Nietzsche's being a prophet and as in his being a philosopher. I mean that Strauss thought Nietzsche's diagnosis and prophecy were true at the deepest level, certainly at far deeper level than that attained by any other late modern thinker. The key elements of Nietzsche's diagnosis are summed up in the famous phrases, the death of God, the age of the last man, and nihilism. In his course on Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Strauss states the interconnections among these elements in a way, strangely enough, that could have been written by a 19th century Lev Tegelian, or perhaps even by Marx or Adorno or Marcuse themselves. Quote, the whole human race is a single association of production and consumption. I don't know that Strauss ever talks this way. It's certainly not a Nietzschean way of talking. It's not a Zarathustrian way of talking. The whole human race is a single association of production. He's channeling Nietzsche to his students, of consumption, in such a way that production and consumption includes the production and consumption of art, for instance. In other words, the so-called creativity of man goes on, but this takes place now in a horizon of production and consumption, and therefore art loses its original meaning. The true consequences of the death of God, the true consequence of the death of God is this. Man is radically unprotected or exposed. Suffering remains. There is change through the progress of technical civilization, except to the extent that men become shallower by virtue of the infinite destruction that prevails. Entertainment, exciting and stimulating things every day. Man is radically unprotected. No God tells him any longer what is good and bad. Nothing tells him any longer what is good and bad. There is no knowledge whatever of good and bad. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The first consequence of the death of God is then the drift towards the last man, and the second, nihilism, unquote. By saying that Strauss accepted this diagnosis, I mean that Strauss agreed that, first, the early modern conception of nature and its doctrine of the passions, of virtue as a matter of the passions, whether sympathy or pity or fear of violent death or a love of a commodious life or whatever, could not, when viewed as a collective form of shared self-understanding, sustain either a stable or in any way affirmable form of life. It could not be stable because reliance on the passions ensures unresolvable conflicts. And as the life form of the last man, it leads to practices and conducts that are subhuman, a kind of animal contentment. This is, of course, already controversial in both Strauss and in Nietzsche. It would appear that a last man form of life can be quite stable, especially if it arranges an efficient structure for the maximum mutual satisfaction of individual preferences. At least, so it seemed, stable until the last American election. And it could be question-begging to assume that the character of this form of life necessarily breeds a kind of self-contempt, enervation, and lassitude. The last men are, after all, happy. As Strauss points out, they're creative. They build wonderful machines. They even have, despite all of the problems, wonderful art. Second, Strauss takes Nietzsche, especially in his Use and Abuse of History essay and Untimely Meditations, to have rejected also the second wave of modernity in Rousseau and what Strauss took to be his German disciples, Kant and Hegel. The ideal of freedom as rational autonomy is compatible with too many incompatible realizations. And the aspiration that historical progress could reconcile such realizations over time in a form of ethical life necessarily leads to relativism, something already quite obvious before Hegel in Herder. And according to both Strauss and Nietzsche, to live or lead a life, there must be some separate moment of an affirmation of that life. And Strauss argues in many places that such an affirmation would be impossible if one way of living is as good or bad as any other. Nietzsche's reasons for coming to the same conclusion are somewhat different than Strauss's, and don't depend on Strauss's assumption that we must find such a way of living in itself affirmable in order to affirm it. But the outcome of all of this is summed up in a dramatic statement by Nietzsche that Strauss clearly agrees with. That is, he agrees that this is what we now think about ourselves. Quote, "All earlier men had the truth. What is new in our present attitude towards philosophy is a conviction which no epoch ever had, namely that we do not possess the truth." Unquote. Strauss makes clear that Nietzsche means we do not possess all the truth we need, not that a kind of Pyrrhonian skepticism is our fate. The truth, Strauss says, channeling Nietzsche, is elusive, only very partly knowable, as he puts it. He also says, to return to a theme that came up several times this morning, that, quote, "the only parallel in earlier philosophy to what Nietzsche means by the elusiveness of truth is Plato." So the main issue in Strauss's evaluation of Nietzsche comes down to the sense in which Nietzsche can be said in his writings to have seen a way out of the nihilistic implications of the modern revolution, putting aside for the time being whether such implications are so damaging and obvious as to sweep aside all at once the attempts by Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Kant, Fichte, Hegel, Mill, as all finally failed attempts to avoid such implications, leaving Stanley only Machiavelli's ruthless honesty and that of his brother-in-arms, Nietzsche. This question, Nietzsche's attempt to overcome nihilism, and for Strauss, his failure to do so, takes in many elements. There is first the question of whether Strauss is right in what he says many times, that, and here we come again to a theme we've discussed frequently, at bottom, Nietzsche's attempt relies on his attempt to return to nature as a kind of God, although, of course, neither the ordered, morally significant teleological cosmos of the ancients and the natural law tradition, nor the mechanical, purposeless but predictable and masterable nature of the Enlightenment. In order for Nietzsche to celebrate, as he does, a response to the situation of late modernity with, to use Nietzsche's words, gratitude, thankfulness, an affirmation of the eternal return of the same, loyalty to the earth, no revenge against existence or time itself, a transvaluation of all values, and so forth, we have to understand anew the nature of nature. In this case, the human body, and even more paradoxically, the noch nicht festgestellte, the not yet finished character of our natures. So extremely malleable as to amount to almost nature as absence of nature. Strauss is completely aware of this situation and puts it this way in his Zarathustra lectures, quote, again channeling Nietzsche, "Man has no determinate nature. Man has no support in his nature. What he is or will become depends entirely on his choice, his will. Given the situation as it exists now, he has a choice between the last man and the Superman," unquote. But choice here does not mean what it means in voluntarism, because according to Strauss, Nietzsche's Zarathustra, I think he's right about this, distinguishes a conscious ego from an unconscious, natural self, the latter being the wellspring of human creativity, which we suffer and endure rather than effect. There's much more to say about all of this, but I've only time for 2 comments. The first is that all of this returns us to the question of religion. This is so because for both Strauss and Nietzsche, and Plato for that matter, living in the truth, or truthfully, in the proper acknowledgement of the human condition, is not a result of a sustained argumentative case concerning how one ought to live. That would already reflect a commitment to a life determined in this way by such an argument, by philosophy. Virtue cannot be taught is another way to put the issue. Or philosophy cannot be the best human life if that claim is already dependent on philosophy for the measure of what is and what is not worthwhile. To say that this opens the door to a religious dimension in Nietzsche is not to say that it all becomes a matter of faith or of divine revelation, and it returns us to the daunting and unmanageable issue of the role of Dionysus in Nietzsche. But we do encounter again Strauss's reticence about this issue. For example, he is well aware that Thus Spoke Zarathustra has a biblical form that is ironic. Incipit tragödia, Nietzsche had suggested about Thus Spoke Zarathustra in The Gay Science, thus begins tragedy. But he warns us immediately, beware, something wicked and mischievous is being announced. Perhaps, he goes on, incipit parodia, now begins a parody. referring to Zarathustra. So, and I don't mean this question rhetorically, I'm genuinely puzzled by it. Why does Strauss treat Zarathustra as Nietzsche's spokesman? And what is the philosophical point of adopting this ironic biblical form only to actually ironicize it? And in criticizing Zarathustra for his self-contradictory position on truth, why does Strauss think he's criticizing Nietzsche? But the great value of Strauss's approach is that at least these enigmatic references to religion establish that Nietzsche is badly misunderstood if he's taken to be offering traditional philosophical claims in epistemology, metaphysics, and value theory, decorated, as it were, with literary and religious images. His published work addresses us in a world historically unique way, and Strauss is one of the few people to appreciate that. Contrast Strauss's other teacher on modernity, Heidegger, who is completely tone deaf to all these issues in Nietzsche, and 90% of Heidegger's commentary on Nietzsche doesn't even refer to the published works, but to the Nachlass. What that way is, that historically unique way in which Nietzsche's writings address us, is too complicated to discuss in a format like this. Secondly, Strauss's whole assessment on Nietzsche turns on an issue he raised in natural writing history as well as many other places. The issue descends from Strauss's claim that despite many ambiguities and several curious hesitations in his statement of the criticism, Nietzsche, when all is said and done, sides with the theoretical or historicist modern school of thought, and so is subject to the basic problem. I would nominate the following quotation as Strauss's most important philosophical claim of all, with the most far-reaching implications. Quote, "Since the theoretical analysis has its basis outside of life, it will never be able to understand life. The theoretical analysis of life is non-committal and fatal to commitment, but life means commitment," unquote. The hardest thing to understand is that Strauss's reference to the doctrine of nature that Nietzsche needs or is trying to return us to, and virtually everything else substantive, occurs inside life for Strauss, not as a theoretical attitude outside. I think Nietzsche deeply agrees with this. It goes back to the question Catherine asked about life philosophy in the 19th century. But what is interesting is that the implications for Nietzsche are different than those Strauss draws, which, as we all know, involve scholarly analyses of text in a project of recovery of the human experience of the human. These different implications involve, for Nietzsche, the rationale for the kind of figurative and literary writing he produced. One indication of what he's trying to do is clear from this note from the Nachlass, which I'll end with, in contrast to the implications Strauss draws. "My general task," this is Nietzsche, quote, "to show how life, philosophy, and art can have a deeper and definitive relationship with each other without philosophy becoming shallow and the life of the philosopher becoming dishonest."
Thank you. Paul?
Right, so again, this afternoon session is Strauss's stance toward Nietzsche, what he agrees with and disagrees with Nietzsche about. As we discussed this morning, Strauss applauds Nietzsche's attempt to return from history to nature and to restore natural right. As he puts it in another place, not in the lectures, Nietzsche is the philosopher of relativism, the first thinker who faced the problem of relativism in its full extent and pointed the way in which relativism can be overcome. That comes from the essay entitled Relativism. Nevertheless, despite that favorable comment, Strauss believes Nietzsche's enterprise to overcome relativism was beset by, as he puts it in these lectures, great and perhaps hopeless difficulties springing from the modern principles to which Nietzsche adhered. Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power in many ways is the epitome of these modern principles, and it's to that doctrine that I want to direct my attention. An indication of Strauss's fundamental difference with Nietzsche with respect to the doctrine of the will to power comes toward the end of the lectures on Zarathustra. Strauss states, "Now, if you start from the assumption from which I believe one should not start, but from which Nietzsche in fact did start, that the fundamental phenomenon is the will to power," and he goes on from there, but he states very clearly now at the end of the lectures that this assumption from which Nietzsche started, namely the will to power, is an assumption from which one should not start. Strauss does not really explain the grounds of his difference with Nietzsche in this regard, but some indication of the alternative he favors can be gleaned from the contrast he draws between the will to power and the Platonic notion of eros. He comes back to this contrast repeatedly throughout the lectures. The crux of the contrast, according to Strauss, is that whereas the Platonic eros is a striving toward given ends, unchanging ends, transcendent ends, the will to power is constant creation and overcoming of ends. According to Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power, Strauss argues, there cannot be an entelechy, as in Plato and Aristotle. There cannot be a form which in its operation is the perfection of the being. For Nietzsche, nature means overcoming. There cannot be a peak. There is only the constant transcending of a given stage. In this respect, Strauss says Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power is primarily an attempt to understand history, or he puts it as he puts it in another place, a formula for nature which accounts for evolution. Strauss also describes the will to power as, quote, the self-consciousness of creativity. This formulation suggests another way of characterizing the fundamental disagreement between Strauss and Nietzsche, having to do with their very different evaluations of human creativity and the uniqueness of the human self. Strauss first discusses this crucial aspect of Nietzsche's moral outlook in connection with the speech on the despisers of the body. There he brings out Nietzsche's distinction between the conscious ego, as we've heard before, and the unconscious self. The latter being the, quote, seat of the uniqueness of individuals and therefore of what can be his best. The self and the elusiveness of the self is the source of human creativity. And it is Nietzsche's valorization of the latter that sharply distinguishes him from classical thought, according to Strauss. Whereas for classical thought, the highest possibility of man is not creative, Strauss claims, for Nietzsche, the highest and deepest in man is creativity. In this respect, Nietzsche remains quintessentially modern and for Strauss fundamentally questionable. One need only recall, and I think this passage is behind some of what Richard Belkley has mentioned in his comments. One need only recall the idea, the final lines of Natural Right and History to appreciate how central to modernity Strauss regards the idea of the uniqueness and creativity of the self. There he writes, the quarrel between the ancient and the moderns concerns eventually, and perhaps even from the beginning, the status of individuality. There too, Strauss doesn't mount an elaborate defense of the ancient position, unless the whole book can be taken as such. But one is never in doubt as to his preference. There is one other site of disagreement between Strauss and Nietzsche that I would like to point out. It concerns Nietzsche's politics. And in response to Dick Zinman's question this morning, as well as many others, I was kind of biting my tongue to enter that phrase simply because I didn't want to completely shoot my wad in the first session. But let me say a little bit about this question of politics and what Strauss says about politics in these lectures on Zarathustra. In his lectures, Strauss repeats many of the claims that he makes about Nietzsche's makes in his published writings on the subject of Nietzsche's politics. He states that Nietzsche is not a fascist, but he still bears some relation to fascism. He rejects Kaufmann's apolitical interpretation of Nietzsche, commenting that National Socialism is a perversion of Nietzsche's philosophy, but nevertheless, Nietzsche made possible that very perversion of his doctrine. These are statements that find an echo in many things that Strauss says in his published essays. But in one place, Strauss suggests a slightly different response to the question of how political Nietzsche's philosophy really is. In connection with Nietzsche's call for a new nobility, in the speech on Old and New Tablets, Strauss warns about taking this call too politically. He quotes an interesting passage from Nietzsche's notebooks, where Nietzsche says that, and this is a quote, "It is altogether not the goal to regard the supermen as the masters of the last men. Rather, the two kinds, the supermen and the last men, should coexist side by side, separated as much as possible. The ones, like the Epicurean gods, not caring for the others." Strauss, after quoting that passage, comments, "This clearly means no political relation." I find this passage interesting because it seems to be at odds with what I would call the standard Straussian interpretation of Nietzsche's politics. I'm thinking of Werner Dannhauser and Bruce Detweiler here. What I would call the aristocratic radical interpretation that takes Nietzsche to be literally advocating an aristocratic political system in which the gifted few rule over, manipulate, oppress, enslave, and sometimes even exterminate the mediocre many. Of course, Strauss does not completely exonerate Nietzsche here. He goes on to say that in its very non-political character, Nietzsche's teaching is politically irresponsible. This is a quote, "If this new nobility does not have a political meaning proper," he writes, "and if Nietzsche attacks any possibility of political organization in our age, does he not take on infinite political responsibility, which might lead to the collapse of any civilization, as for example, Germany in the 30s. One might quibble with the claim in this quote that Nietzsche attacks any possibility of political organization in our age, but we can save that for our discussion to come.
Thanks. Well, although I'll repeat several of the points already made, self-love will prevent me from being altogether silent. As for agreement between Strauss and Nietzsche, it's clear enough that Strauss agrees with Nietzsche that the current status of the West is problematic, whether or not he agrees with the full analysis of nihilistic decline. He points several times to the acuity of Nietzsche's analysis of Europe and of his predictions or presentiments of the future. And he agrees with much of Nietzsche's specific analyses in Beyond Good and Evil of our virtues, and especially of we scholars, the decline of scholarship or science in the broad sense. And it's not altogether given that someone such as Strauss would agree with someone such as Nietzsche, because many people don't actually think that we are on a path of this sort. One central issue of disagreement is something we've discussed. Is philosophy essentially the creating or the discovering of meaning, of direction, of what is good, of what is in itself? The least that one can say is that Strauss is not satisfied that it's not a kind of discovery. He certainly doesn't take the truth of the standpoint of historicism and of creating for granted, to say the least. Strauss, therefore, also contrasts the classical split between physis and nomos with a unitary view of historicism that seeks to replace that differentiation. And he implicitly criticizes, as we've said, the historicist view by examining how much Nietzsche must still rely on a view of nature somehow understood. A second important disagreement is the possibility that eros, and not will to power, is the decisive human characteristic, at least in conjunction with reason's attempt to discover what is. In Nietzsche's dispute with Plato that frames Beyond Good and Evil, Strauss obviously does not dismiss Plato and points to this particular fact. Connected to this is Strauss's examination of Nietzsche's view of the importance of the self and its link to the passions, and the self's ground in something individual and unknowable. The distinctive or individual self is distinguished implicitly from the generality of the human soul, or what is essential in it. Strauss also contrasts the historical ground of the becoming of the strong or comprehensive or complementary self in Nietzsche with the naturally present or completed distinctions of high and low in Plato. Again, of course, it would be too much to say in these transcripts that Strauss simply takes the side of Plato against Nietzsche, but as I said before, he at least gives it equal status. There's another area where Strauss both agrees with, but perhaps ultimately, presumably disagrees with Nietzsche. This comes from his analysis of Nietzsche's mention of, quote, the world that concerns us, in section 34 of Beyond Good and Evil. Strauss analyzes this world of human concern and trying to explain what this means in terms of Locke's distinction between primary and secondary qualities, matter's own extension and solidity, say, as opposed to seeing blue, human seeing blue, and hearing harmonies. The world of concern is, as it were, the world of tertiary qualities, the beautiful, the good, the sacred, and so on. Strauss sees Nietzsche, among other things, as attempting to reassert the importance of this world and even to read back from it to those material qualities that seem less questionable. The issue then again is whether the world of beautiful and good things is ultimately merely or largely produced or created or not, whether it is discovered or even permanent. In the published essay on Nietzsche, this isn't discussed, but it is in the transcripts. In the book that the essay appears in, Studies in Platonic Political Philosophy, it's a major feature of Strauss's discussion of Heidegger, and presumably it's a link between Heidegger and Nietzsche as he sees it. I think that this question of the world that concerns us, and especially the place of the sacred within it, is also connected to this question of non-atheistic atheism or atheistic non-atheism, perhaps as an experience of the holy, which may also be connected to the experience of absent gods, as relevant clearly in Heidegger, but in Nietzsche too, in his understanding of what the future requires. A second related area of both agreement and disagreement is the importance of problems and questions. Some or much of Strauss's discussion is conducted in terms of the questions that Nietzsche finds or imposes. And this is connected to and implicitly contrasted with the importance of problems or perplexities as keeping philosophy open in Plato. and connect it as well to beings being to a degree elusive for Plato, as it is for Nietzsche, without for Plato this elusiveness making being simply elusive or mysterious or relative, or without this making questions at root one's own idiosyncrasies as they are for Nietzsche. And I'll conclude simply by saying that one of the ways in which Strauss tries to argue or suggest that there are serious alternatives to Nietzsche and to Heidegger is by looking for the continued existence of the elusive and the open, which is important to them, in earlier thinkers, Plato most obviously. Thank you.
Again, I invite if any of you wish to respond to any of the issues of the hearts that any of the others raised, we have time.
Well, I'll raise the question of politics. Richard will too, Paul, since you raised it, and sort of touch on this. How much do you believe too, or do you believe that Strauss fully believes, or that Nietzsche fully believes in this kind of separation ultimately between the political and his own activity, or the Superman's activity and so on? We do have this chain. Nietzsche is not Zarathustra, is not the Superman, is not the new nobility, and so on.
I think I do think there's a certain shiftiness in some of the things that Strauss says, and even within the seminar on Zarathustra. I mean, he sometimes seems to suggest that there's something in Nietzsche that actually is akin to or has an affinity with fascism. That one passage I quoted, though, I think there is this other side to Strauss, and I think this is one of the most striking formulations of it. It's an amazing passage in Nietzsche where he in effect does say that this idea of the supermen as masters who rule over and impose their values on everyone else seems to be not what Nietzsche had in mind at all. And I think that Strauss was actually right to realize that. I mean, it's not clear what the values of the supermen or the masters in this case would have what they would have to do with the values of the mediocre many. So I think this idea that there's an aristocracy that is, may in fact, as he suggests in various parts of, in some of his middle period writings, also in Beyond Good and Evil, that there's a way in which you have an aristocracy that leaves many of the democratic structures already in existence pretty much intact and left to their own devices is suggestive here.
I mean, I'm thinking also of the passage in Beyond Good and Evil, chapter 1, where the aristocracy grows on the basis of on the body of the others who are simply essentially there to serve it or to be material for it, which Nietzsche doesn't clearly state. I mean, one would need to say that his notion of the previous aristocracies is separate from his notion of a new nobility. Robert?
This may be too abstract an issue for the particular discussion of politics, but my own disagreement with many commentators on Strauss and almost all commentators on Nietzsche is that I don't think Strauss is proposing that what we need in late modernity is another theoretical position about nature that would serve us to justify an inegalitarian notion of natural right. I think that gets Strauss, not to mention Nietzsche, all wrong. I take the passage I quoted from Natural Right in History extremely seriously as a kind of benchmark for any interpretation of Strauss. It helps explain why he writes the way he does, why he doesn't write systematic treatises, why he doesn't propose what the theory of nature is. I don't pretend that it is a very easy thing to make sense of the notion of the elucidation of human life having to come from within life, rather than as a theoretical position about life. But for myself, I don't think there's any question that that is Nietzsche's position, that Strauss understood it and approved of. And now that opens the door to hundreds and hundreds of other questions, but as a methodological principle of reading, I think that quotation is decisive. And just secondly, on the will to power, this is such a complicated interpretive issue in both Nietzsche and Strauss, what they mean by referring to it. I mean, the vulgar interpretations of it, that it means the acquisition of potential to control the actions of others or to control the machinations of nature, is clearly not what Nietzsche means. And he also doesn't mean something like this is only in the Nachlass, really, that you get something that even indicates a theory of all, not just organic nature, as driven by a kind of conatus for pushing itself against other beings such that it manifests its drive in a way that is stronger than theirs. One of the curious things about the importance of Eros to Strauss is that he does not quote or comment on the first sentence of Beyond Good and Evil, which is, suppose truth is a woman, would it not then follow that all philosophers, especially insofar as they have been dogmatic philosophers, are linkische Liebhaber, clumsy lovers? That is the first sentence of the book. And I believe it introduces the conception of philosophical Eros in a way that is somewhat submerged in the book, but reappears periodically. I mean, in the most famous, Everything in Love is Beyond Good and Evil, in a way it kind of tells you what the book is supposed to be about. What's beyond good and evil? Love. But again, I don't know how to manage that in a framework like our workshop. I mean, that's several courses or something like that. But for me, the first point is the most crucial. I think it's a mistake to interpret Strauss as proposing a theoretical position about nature, which we can recover and then rely on to justify a normative order that is inegalitarian. He may believe in an egalitarian moral order, but I don't think it's because he thinks through Nietzsche we discover the real nature of nature.
If I could say one thing about seeing from the inside, I mean, that's clearly behind his pointing out the importance of the world of concern in Nietzsche, in Heidegger, his emphasis on the origin of the relation of philosophy to opinion and so on. But there's also a limit to that, and I think in some of his writing on Heidegger, Strauss criticizes Heidegger for this because of the impossibility of simply staying inside moment to moment, or simply trying to understand the fullest version of staying on the inside, which would be momentary experience to momentary experience, and the impossibility of really having a set of let's call them categories or forms or terms to understand them. So part of the question is, where is the limit there as well, I think?
I agree with you very much that he thinks Heidegger gets some of this very wrong by not appreciating what in the everyday living, the human as human, manifests itself as distinctions we need to make lest we fall into incoherence. I think his disagreement with Heidegger is not so much about inside and outside, but what Heidegger thinks he finds on the inside. Angst.
I'd say both. Yeah, that too. I'd say both, but yeah, sure.
On the politics, it's obviously difficult or impossible to say what Strauss's stance is towards Nietzsche on politics without some assumption of what we understand Strauss's stance on politics to be. Sometimes it seems as if he's criticizing Nietzsche for thinking philosophers should rule or legislate or found a religion because philosophers can't do that, shouldn't do that. I'm not sure which. And other times it's almost the opposite, criticizing Nietzsche for political irresponsibility, which seems to imply philosophers should be politically responsible, which means not undermining decent possibilities and regimes. He even says Nietzsche undermines, is this the end of the discussion in what is political philosophy? He undermines conservatism, liberalism, nationalism, democracy, and doesn't offer an alternative, where the complaint is not that he offers a proto-fascist alternative, and that he doesn't offer any, which I suppose theoretically that could mean either that philosophers should offer an alternative if they undermine all those things, or does it mean they shouldn't undermine all those things? Where does Strauss stand? Without knowing that, it's hard to see what he's criticizing Nietzsche for politically.
Well,
Yeah, not to mention, Howard Strauss answered that question, if you put it to him. Beyond the protection of the safety of philosophy to survive in the modern conditions, take that list of things he thinks are relevant. Is there a Straussian position on each of them? On nationalism, on conservatism, on liberalism, on representative government? There isn't a text by Strauss. It seems like his politics is prudential. Find intelligent people and give them some control over things, and be careful and watch over them. There isn't. You don't have no doctrine of the state, of obligation, of the source of authority. It's a funny kind of question for Strauss to ask Nietzsche. It's almost like we're down to it.
Yeah, there just seems to be a kind of common sense. Conservatism, liberalism, democracy, they're pretty good. A lot better than fascism or communism, period. Sure.
well, I think there might be a middle ground between the two positions that are suggested by Strauss's comments. Namely, Nietzsche does suggest something like a universal project or goal to be achieved by the higher humans. It's certainly not a crude form of mastery or a crude form of legislation, but very central is the idea of the overcoming of nihilism and the overcoming of this danger, namely the reign of the last men. And that has a certain universal dimension that is, Nietzsche is suggesting that philosophically one has to provide something. It may be a kind of religiosity that restores to human being a sense of higher goals and a sense of self-overcoming and nobility, a sense of hierarchy. And perhaps what Strauss sees as problematic in that is that by concentrating wholly upon that idea of what must be done, they're focusing upon certain conceptions that we can't actually realize practically, or which, it's very difficult to conceive practical realization. And at the same time, we develop a contempt for those things that can be practically done. So it's not as though you're drawn towards some new fascistic or project of enslaving, but that you're drawn away from the real political possibilities because there is this other thing, which is, of course, all important. Essentially, to be addressing the souls of human beings as much as possible, right? In a way that's very difficult to spell out concretely as a project. Nietzsche, in a beautiful way, of course, does what can be done, namely inspire one, seduce us, as you might say, to think about such a transformation. And if in fact the chief effect we get from his writing is to feel that we are transformed individually, I think this is in fact an excellent thing. But at the same time, Nietzsche is suggesting there must be, we recall these remarkable statements. Man is something that must be overcome. The statements that remind one of, let's say, Marxist statements in the character of the idea of radical transformation, although they're not brutal. So. think it's a bit too long.
I was, there's another place in this course on Zarathustra that has an interesting angle on the political question. At one point, Strauss actually compares Nietzsche and Tocqueville. And he's commenting about, again, Nietzsche's call for a new nobility. And he says, Tocqueville, in some ways, this was not his project. He seemed to settle, in some ways, for the decency of democracy. And nobility was maybe something that, was part of the bygone past. And then Strauss goes on to say, so this project of a new nobility, so different from what we find in Tocqueville, for Nietzsche, was not primarily a political project, but he says a moral and even a religious one, which again kind of to me suggests that at least Strauss saw, he does tend to see this Nietzsche's politics, as it were, as largely a kind of cultural politics that, in fact, might allow for democratic institutions to serve for the vast majority of people, but within that democratic order, an aristocracy could overcome itself and develop its individuality and creativity to the utmost extent. I would actually cite in this regard from Beyond Good and Evil, Marx cited the aphorism from Part 9. In Part 8, which is devoted to peoples and fatherlands, it's a very interesting aphorism in which Nietzsche talks about how Europe is becoming more and more democratic, more and more mediocre, more and more democratic. And he actually kind of welcomes that. He accepts it as, in some ways, inevitable, like Tocqueville. But he sees a different outcome from this, that out of this kind of democratization of Europe, you will get, as he puts it, slaves in a more subtle sense, by which I think Nietzsche means slaves. His definition of a slave is someone who doesn't have 2/3 of the day to themselves. Slaves, in that subtle sense, will characterize Europe, and then there will be, as he puts it toward the end of the aphorism, tyrants in the most spiritual sense, which, again, to me suggests less perhaps an explicitly political project and a more moral, cultural project, as he puts it here.
I just want to say two things on the other side before we go too far in these directions. First, to remind us of all the predictions Nietzsche makes about great wars. Those are wars. They're not merely, I don't believe, spiritual wars. And second, to look a little bit about the actual reception of Nietzsche in Germany. Richard mentioned a somewhat benign reception for us, but that certainly is not the reception of Nietzsche in Germany afterwards all along. And the alliance then between even those who took Nietzsche in a certain sense in this more spiritual way, and then the political side of it, the fascistic side of it, is a real alliance. So I don't think one can ignore his reception and what Strauss wants to indicate as his degree of responsibility for his reception, nor do I think it's all a complete and utter misunderstanding by those who received him and just a great mistake. I don't think that's
Just on this point, I think we should mention the historical facts are fairly complicated. This is all narrated by Stephen Ensheim's book, a wonderful book on the reception of Nietzsche in Germany. The main point of which is, from the time of Nietzsche's emergence as a world phenomenon in the 1890s until the beginning of the Second World War, Nietzsche primarily received or adopted in many, many radical left circles, all the way from vegetarians to emerging feminists, nudists. And Ensheim shows with great detail it was the First World War that shifted the attention towards the nationalist interpretation of Nietzsche, and every German soldier in the trench warfare of the First World War was given, and lost them, a little copy of Das Buch Zarathustra to carry to what the German High Command thought they would make of soldiers in the dark with shells flying around, reading any one section of Zarathustra is hard to imagine, but the reception was quite complicated, and it was impacted by a historical event too.
But that Roman one instance is a good example, because actually that's what those commanders did think, that this would have this forceful effect. Or maybe they weren't giving them enough to eat. They were making arguments. They were vegetarians.
They wanted them to be brave.
Yeah, of course. They wanted them to be brave.
Well, I mean, Robert, I mean, I'm sure you would also bring to bear on this, the phenomenon of the Stefan George circle and the movement called Neues Deutschland, which, drawing very much upon Nietzsche, is, chiefly about nobility and spiritual rebirth, but it gets couched in quite nationalistic terms, and which, on the face of it is not necessarily something alarming, but it easily lends itself to, as you know, members of that circle get sympathies with it.
Well, Strauss is partly about nobility and a rebirth.
Who?
Strauss.
Well, yeah. All right, so you're saying they shouldn't say that at all?
Well, no, I'm saying a lot of things can be dangerous.
Yeah, all right, but we have to look at the particular cases. I wouldn't conflate Strauss's approach with Stefan George.
I'm happy to open the floor at this point to brief comments, objections, questions. They ideally should be about Strauss on Nietzsche, but if they're really about Strauss or really about Nietzsche, that's okay. Yes, in the aisle there. Oh, do we have the mic again?
The microphone, or should I just kind
If it doesn't come to you, you could go to it, I suppose.
I think they're bringing.
It's coming to you.
very special then? Thank you very much. I suppose I just wanted to ask, Nietzsche seems like remarkably important for just the way Strauss approaches everything. But like, he doesn't really get like a full kind of book the way someone like Machiavelli or someone like Hobbes or even like City and Man, which deals with like Aristotle and Plato and Thucydides. So why is it if Nietzsche is so profoundly central, Strauss doesn't treat him as central as these other kind of figures that seem in some ways secondary to Nietzsche? Strauss.
I am completely irrelevantly reminded of sitting over there and watching a production of Ajax that you directed.
I would respond. I actually, even in there is that late essay, but it seems to me that Strauss, throughout his career, refers to Nietzsche as the beginning of the third wave of modernity. So it seems to me in the narrative of modernity, Strauss always ascribed a pretty important position to Nietzsche. I do think the question you ask is why did he not write the book on Nietzsche that this is substituting for? And I don't know the reason, except that I think what this book reflects, and I think as Robert Pittman brought out with respect to even that one essay, it's a very vexed, complicated position he has with respect to Nietzsche that I wonder to what extent the very entanglement, he's partly being distant from Nietzsche, but in some ways being deeply involved and engaged and entangled with Nietzsche, made it a formidable and daunting task to write the book.
And that reflects the way Nietzsche himself writes. So it's not just that Strauss is personally finding himself engaged in a very complicated interpretive task, but Nietzsche's own manner of writing makes it very difficult to produce something like commentary. I mean, Nietzsche would in fact scorn that, wouldn't he? I mean, becoming long-winded and transforming his aphorisms, his pithy insights into extended commentary.
So just to be clear then, are you suggesting that one of the reasons Strauss doesn't have like a monograph or kind of book response is because he's making a kind of Nietzschean aphoristic response to Nietzsche?
Well, I would say that late essay does have something of that character, wouldn't you?
Yes.
We don't know what Strauss might have done had he lived longer. It is striking that he devoted the last year of his life to teaching Beyond Good and Evil and wrote that essay.
Right.
There's also, has this been commented on? I don't remember now. That the essay is then included in a book called Studies in Platonic Political Philosophy, which means somehow that the essay on Nietzsche is a study in Platonic political philosophy.
And that's the central essay.
I was once at a conference in Europe where a Strauss scholar said that if Strauss had accepted the offer of a chair in Germany in the 50s, his big book would have been on Nietzsche.
I mean, I think, some of this is after the fact explanation. He didn't write the book. Someone is trying to explain backwards. It's a little hard prospectively to say if one's sitting there and Strauss is alive what he was thinking about. I think that's difficult. I think as a general characteristic, though, many of the later books, let's say the post-World War II books, are on thinkers whose importance, especially for political philosophy, is undervalued. So though everyone kind of thinks Machiavelli was important, certainly not the way Strauss elevated him, Xenophon also, Aristophanes also, that wouldn't be a question about Nietzsche. So it seems to me that a lot of his effort in these monographs is directed toward the elevation, in a certain sense, of a particular kind of thinker, and Nietzsche would not belong to that group. But again, that's an after-the-fact explanation.
I was just going to say, another book that was not written, but about a figure that seems to occupy Strauss greatly is Rousseau.
Right.
Or
Same thing.
Way back there, waving at me, guys.
So thank you all of you for a wonderful, stimulating day. I'd like to take us back to the question of whether the philosopher is to be regarded as philanthropic or not philanthropic, political or not political. And I apologize if this takes us from evaluation back to interpretation, but we should interpret correctly before we evaluate. So we're assuming, I think, all the time here that Strauss opposes Plato and Nietzsche. Nietzsche seeing philosophy as philanthropic and political, Plato not, and that Strauss takes Plato's side against Nietzsche. But I'm wondering if we can be so sure, so confident in reading Strauss that way. After all, one could argue that Plato, it was a legislator, that he meant to be one, succeeded at being one. And the interesting thing, of course, is that Nietzsche says exactly this. So I think one way of maybe examining the question of how Strauss sees the philosopher and how Strauss even sees Plato's conception of philosophy would be to look at what Strauss does or doesn't say about Nietzsche's interpretation of Plato in this regard. It was Plato who put, the subsequent 2 millennia of Western thought on the track that it took, and that he did so deliberately. So.
And whether there was something wrong with
Something wrong with what Plato did?
what Plato did
Mm-hmm.
in setting the West off on this.
There is the sentence where Strauss suggests that is it in the introduction to Persecution in the Art of Writing, or in the Farabi's Plato? Plato was too successful in his effort to make philosophy at home in the world. Thoughts?
Not only too successful in that sense, but also, I don't know whether you got this in mind, but perhaps not to ignore the vast gulf supposedly between Plato and Machiavelli, but the ancients did take a step towards bringing about a relationship between philosophy and politics, a step towards making use of philosophy to have an impact on politics, if only to make politics somewhat more hospitable to philosophy.
And maybe to do so, not through what we would recognize as overtly political actions, but by doing something like, say, teaching a new, more benign theology, that would have a sort of gentling effect. Yeah. And then you could say maybe, Strauss's argument is with those modern efforts to, rationalize society and sort of, popularize or publicize philosophy, in other words, one could see the Plato or the ancients as regarding philosophy as potentially a political, even sort of grossopolitik, a great phenomenon, but not as narrowly and political, and certainly not as sort of overtly rationalistic.
Well, on this view where we see Plato as being some more political than we might have originally thought, I take it that's in some ways from that position it's from that position that Strauss is partly criticizing Nietzsche. He's not sufficiently political. He is so non-political that he kind of abdicates, responsibility in even that Platonic sense that you're referring to. And in some ways, it could lead to, Stefan Georg was mentioned before. I wonder to what extent he has in mind Stefan Georg when he talks about this Nietzschean kind of, complete removal from politics, that it leaves a kind of vacuum into which, things that are that should be disapproved of can take over.
Just one last follow-up to maybe. Do I remember, Professor Pippin, you were overseeing Beyond Good and Evil transcript? Is that? Well, in any case, do we have a recollection of Strauss's, presentation or interpretation and commentary on, those passages in Beyond Good and Evil where Nietzsche declares the philosopher, the genuine legislator?
Well, in the last essay, he picks and chooses. It's just an essay, so he has a lot of things he has to pick and choose. So, and that essay isn't really as concerned with politics. It's one of the interesting things about it. It's concerned with religion and the character of Nietzsche's own religiosity. As you say, it would be nice if we had much more written, carefully worked out detail, interpretive detail from Strauss about Nietzsche. But this essay is so unusual, even by the sort of stylistic standards of the late Strauss, that I don't think we can draw all that many conclusions from it about politics. But if it's true that the great danger philosophy creates for itself is its subversive relationship to the public morality of the day, its tendency to corrupt it, provoking a kind of response of anxiety and hatred against it, there's just no question that Nietzsche has a lot to answer for. One aspect of the political danger, I think Nietzsche is trying, especially with religion, to offer a critique of religion that sometimes is so outrageous and is coupled with such gratitude for religion that he's signaling the last thing he wants is for people to stop being religious or for Christianity to die out. It just sounds paradoxical to say that, but I think there's plenty of evidence that the last thing he wants is to create non-religious citizens of the late modern world. That would be extremely dangerous. But I think Strauss would have a point in saying Nietzsche didn't manage that all that well. These books were published in a way that, anybody who's ever taught Nietzsche to sophomores realizes that it's almost impossible to slow them down, to I know what it sounds like he's saying, but wait a minute, look at this passage. It's extremely difficult to do. So if the public picture of philosophy that comes out of Nietzsche is certainly as a, sort of, it's deeply unfair to Nietzsche that he's a kind of corrosive village atheist. But he has something to answer for that.
Let me say a couple of things about this point. First, it's not possible not to have a relationship, a political relationship, philosophically. It's not how you deal with that is a political question philosophically, but it's a fact of the world that the philosopher lives within some kind of political community, is sometimes interested in students and followers, is among other things studying the human things, and is thought of in this way or that way by political authorities. So it's not a question you can choose not to face. You must face the question. The issue is how you face it in the way that's most useful for philosophy, but also conceivably for the citizens around you. And the Platonic attempt, or even maybe more fundamentally and visibly the Aristotelian attempt in the politics and the ethics, are perfectly reasonable and sensible ways to do it. An attempt to think through how philosophy could, in a certain sense, have no connection to anything harmful brings you back to a certain view of the pre-Socratics and some of the standpoints that Heidegger at times took and failed at. In terms of Nietzsche, there are times when one reads Nietzsche and one believes that Nietzsche himself believes that he's so unpalatable that there's nothing to worry about in terms of harm that he will cause. And he's incorrect about that.
Michael?
I hope I'll be forgiven for stepping a little bit out of my assigned role here by first trying to suggest an answer to the question that Matthew asked before about why Strauss didn't write a book on Nietzsche. And I think the way to approach it is to think about it in terms of Strauss's corpus, the trajectory of his own corpus. So starting with Natural Right and History is a book, got a lot of things in it, but I think the most effective description of it is to say it's Strauss's attempt to give a non-historicist account of the emergence of historicism and the trajectory of historicism itself. He then turns his attention, actually for most of us the time, to Machiavelli, and the next period culminates in his Machiavelli book, which is, I think, his attempt to come to terms with modernity per se. This is his real statement about modernity, and it's the move by modernity to take the step Machiavelli took that ultimately leads to historicism, which is the project he has just been working at. After Machiavelli, he then turns almost exclusively to the ancients. There's hardly anything that isn't about ancients in one form or another. Some of you may have heard this story, but back when we were here as students, Strauss told the story of why he came to the University of Chicago. This is a common story. He came because he had a book he wanted to write on the problem of Socrates. And he had chapters on Aristophanes, Socrates, et cetera, Xenophon, Plato. And he came to the University of Chicago because they had a press. And he thought they would publish his book because he thought they would automatically publish the book of a faculty member here. So, and so I think in his latter period, he was actually writing, but book by book now, this book he came here to write. That's at least a speculation about why no Nietzsche book. He didn't have time given his overall project. I actually had another quick question, which is about Spinoza. Robert mentioned Spinoza's Conatus a bit before, and this relates to, obviously to Nietzsche, or not obviously, but it perhaps relates to Nietzsche's will to power. So I was wondering if any of you had thoughts about how Strauss thought about the relationship between Spinoza and Nietzsche. Obviously, he had written on Spinoza. That was a figure he had in his mind somewhere. So if there's anything on that, I'd be interested to hear.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind, in Spinoza we would call it necessitarianism, or the impossibility of there being a space for rational reflection leading to a decision that one could defend to other people. but perhaps the right covering term for the association is faith. That Nietzsche was in some sense or another a fatalist in the way that Spinoza was. I mean, we could use all kinds of different Nietzschean phrases as a tag phrase for his most important thought, but amor fati would jump near the top, given the way it's used and how important it is. And Strauss is right that in the discussion of the natural self in the Zarathustra lectures, his idea of there being a choice between the last man and the Superman, he makes very clear that we're talking about a kind of a boiling cauldron of, and what we could call the kind of passions that emerge as a creative force on their own. They're not directed. And he thinks of this as tied in some way to the vitality of life itself. So there's a sense of being carried along by what we suffer and looking mostly for freedom as enlightenment about what we suffer. That seems a deep link with Spinoza. The other, I don't know if Strauss ever commented on this passage, but Nietzsche himself identified his closest association with Spinoza in the genealogy when he's talking about regret for what I have done. And he quotes Spinoza saying that when I've done something I'm ashamed of having done, it's not that I know I could have acted otherwise and wish I had. It's that I know I learned that I'm not the person I thought I was. That's not a presage to changing. That is the deeply disturbing notion that's connected to this idea of fate. That's who I am. So the kind of and the difference is that Spinoza had this theoretical perspective, in which the individual experience almost vanishes. It's an amazing system in that sense. So it's not Nietzschean in spirit, but with this notion of not finding a way to deny fatalism, but learning, or the absence of what the Christian tradition has taught us, is the first prerequisite for a worthy life, which is that we run it. We volitionally determine our own fate. The question for both Nietzsche and Spinoza, and I think Strauss was sensitive to this, is how do we live giving that up? What would be a form of life in which we don't have any confidence anymore that that's true? There are elements of that kind of Spinozistic element in Nietzsche all over the place, and he certainly adored Spinoza.
There's a passage in his Nachlass, isn't there, around the time that he formulates the eternal return, and he says, I've now attained an insight like that of Spinoza. I've become a philosopher of that sort.
The whole idea of eternity at that point is very much like an invocation of Spinoza. Yeah.
I know that, roughly at the time Nietzsche's writing the fourth book of Gay Science, and the opening aphorism on Amor Fati, he's writing to his friend Peter Gast, I've discovered a predecessor, namely Spinoza. And it's interesting, in some ways I think, clearly the kind of thought, how Spinoza and Nietzsche understood fate is quite different. For Spinoza it's a kind of intelligible order, whereas for Nietzsche it's not. And there's a way in which Nietzsche appreciated this as well, because there's a passage in the Nachlass where Nietzsche says simply, Deus sive chaos, in contradistinction to Deus sive natura.
Maybe it's the right phrase is they're both deeply non-Christian philosophers.
Yeah. Yes.
It is interesting that Strauss also just sort of leaves Spinoza behind after the early 40s. I think maybe partly, perhaps this is too crude, that Spinoza doesn't fit very well into his ancient modern saga. Here's somebody who's clearly modern, and yet whose philosophy culminates in praise of the philosophic life, exactly what Strauss says distinguishes the ancients from the moderns, who's openly defending the liberty of philosophizing. It's just, he doesn't fit well.
Well, he does bring that out in the late preface to the English translation of the Spinoza book.
Right.
He has quite a bit to say about Spinoza. But as you're saying, is not fitting into account of modernity. I mean, he says he is the great thinker who synthesizes modern philosophy with the contemplative account of philosophy. Well, that's just what you were saying, isn't it? Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and in a sense, Nietzsche doesn't fit very well either, insofar as he came to see beyond good and evil as about philosophy. But yes, Professor Wellborn.
I'm at a disadvantage in asking this question because I haven't had an opportunity to read the lecture, the seminar on Zarathustra. But I ask it nonetheless. First of all, a footnote on the Georgikreis. I would just, before the Georgikreis gets pushed too far in the direction of a kind of National Socialist fervor, I would recall that Stauffenberg came from the Georgikreis, and there's a broad spectrum of political positions that emerged out of that context. On Nietzsche and George, there is a brilliant essay by Max Kommerer, who came out of the Georgikreis himself, comparing Zarathustra with the self-mythologization of George, that I would recommend in this context as well. My question is this. There is an argument to be made that Nietzsche's philosophy, as it is represented in Zarathustra, can be understood as a therapeutic enterprise. I would call attention, for example, to the chapter Von der Erlösung, which is in a certain sense a chapter of working through a problematics of how to get out of a captivation by the idea of an Erlösung, of how to, as he puts it, detach or unleash the will from its foolishness in wanting to command the Es war. A kind of deep, as it were, neurotic investment that has led to a number of disastrous results. Or in from the Selbstüberwindung on self-overcoming, a similar argument has been made. And by the way, in that context, the concept of Wille zur Macht appears in an utterly negative context, and that's something to be overcome, at least a particular formation of the Wille zur Macht. So it seems that there is a therapeutic project in Nietzsche that one could compare, and it has often been compared with Freud in this regard. But philosophically speaking, one could also compare him with Wittgenstein's therapeutic orientation of philosophy. My question, first of all, is whether Strauss picked up on this therapeutic motif in Nietzsche, and whether there was anything he could make out of it. Related to that is the question that came up in particularly in Professor Velke's intervention before regarding historicism, but it seems to be a theme that's running through. The motto from Nietzsche that Bernard Williams puts at the head of Truth and Truthfulness calls not for historicism, but it calls for an historical philosophizing. One might say Nietzsche's project is a becoming philosophical of historical thinking and a becoming historical of philosophical thinking, but not simply a rejection of philosophy on the part of a kind of, let us say, blank, positivistic sort of historicism. The name for that mode of philosophical investigation, which is historical, is genealogy. And that theme, the theme of genealogy, is a theme that has been picked up in a number of recent contributions on Nietzsche scholarship. I mentioned Geuss in this regard, Foucault in this regard, and most recently, of course, Williams in Truth and Truthfulness. It seems to me, and Nathan and I had a conversation on this once, that the fragment on Revelation that Heinrich Meyer published as an appendix to one of his books, I think it was otherwise not published, the Strauss fragment on the kind of steps that one goes through in the development of Revelation, bears a remarkable similarity to Nietzsche's little 8-step piece in Götterdämmerung on how truth became a fable. It's exactly the same kind of structure and set of numerical propositions that generates from one stage of thought to another stage of thought to another stage of thought. And it struck me that there's a physiognomic similarity between those two. And it would seem that at that moment, Strauss might have thought, well, a genealogical method is what one needs to talk about Offenbach, and you can't talk about it, as it were, head on. So there would be a way in which that might be a locus in which Nietzsche's philosophical, historical, or historical philosophical inquiry becomes energizing for Strauss in his thinking. So my question is then about these two motifs, the motif of therapy on the one hand, as a philosophical project, and the motif of genealogy on the other hand, as a philosophical project. One might also speculate that therapy and genealogy are in some sense two versions of the same project.
I think someone earlier referred to Strauss as performing in, I guess, in natural writing history, a non-historicist account of the genesis of historicism, which is to say that also a therapeutic genealogy that's meant, in a way, to cure us of that of which it gives a genesis. But perhaps the editors can say more about whether what could be found in his commentary on these issues.
I don't have an adequate response to this very interesting. But one of the most important sections of the third part of Zarathustra is the convalescent. Is it Der Genesende, I suppose, and Strauss has quite a bit to say about it. And unfortunately, I don't remember what he said. I have to recover a bit from my forgetfulness.
One comment, David, is that, as you know, the usual way to connect these two directions, or to think of them as two sides of the same thing, we now inherit from Foucault. And the idea is, having been shown the utter contingency of the development in one direction rather than another, something like the hold that development on us breaks. I don't think that is, in a way, a subtle enough way. I'm not saying you did, but that's one way in which people answer your question, by saying there is a kind of enlightenment involved in the revelation as a matter of some kind of historical philosophical truth about the demonstration of contingency. Whereas if you take seriously, as I do, the therapeutic aspect you mentioned involves Nietzsche addressing us from his work in a radically different way, not in a way that has as its goal illuminating the utter contingency of the Christian moral tradition, such that when we realize that, well, that won't do it. That won't be an effective way of therapeutically, accomplishing our release from a revenge against time, to use one of his many characterizations of the ultimate sort of summum bonum. So if we mark that in that way, then the question of how the way Nietzsche writes is supposed to be therapeutic, and how the way he invokes history is supposed to, in a way, transform us. He says about religion, the thing that philosophers and everybody with any sense admires most about religion is the saint. And what they admire about the saint is the possibility of sudden transformation, that there could be a moment in a life that changes forever in one moment. So he shrouds the possibility of there being a transformation in this kind of mystery. And I think he's thinking about ways in which the form of his books, the way he writes, could accomplish this. But we don't have enough explicit discussion about that in the Nietzsche literature. I mean, just simple things like, yes, there is a Genealogie der Moral, but there is in Beyond Good and Evil an important chapter called Zur Naturgeschichte der Moral, and they're quite different. The Naturgeschichte treatment of morale is a treatment of phenomena that don't have histories. Natural history is what he means, Pliny, Buffon, things like that. So it's as if he's looking for various ways in which he could address the hold that a certain claim Christian secular moralism has on us in an experimental way that doesn't have an overall answer to your question. But the one thing I would say is I don't think it's Foucault. I don't think it's the revelation of contingency alone. It's certainly not Strauss, I don't think. But that is the point of doing the non-historicist genealogy is to show us it could have been otherwise, so why not have it otherwise? That's not what he's interested in.
To the degree, I mean, Strauss doesn't really emphasize the therapeutic directly, but he spends a lot of time talking about Nietzsche's view that he has uncovered a deadly truth. And the deadly truth doesn't liberate by being noticed. It can liberate only if Nietzsche somehow overcomes it and reforms it and reformulates it. But as such, that truth is deadly and not health-giving. To the degree to which, and at least the transcript I looked at and edited, genealogy as such doesn't really play among the things he talks about. Those strike me as perhaps the most directly relevant.
Yeah, I love these passages too, where Nietzsche is addressing what he wants to transform. One that's in my mind, so I just wrote it out quickly a minute ago, is from Beyond Good and Evil as well. Jesus said to the Jews, "The law is for servants. Love God as I do, as his son. Why would we care about morals, we sons of God?" What does that do? I mean, it is potentially a transformative moment, but it doesn't have a program behind it. You know, it's a way of getting you to see Jesus differently. Suddenly you have a Gestalt switch or something like that. Love God as I do, as the Son of God. What need have we for morals, we sons of God? Marvelous passage. But that's all you get in Nietzsche, or things like that.
Professor Zinman?
It's an awful lot to talk about. Let me try to be a little provocative by saying that I think it's hard not to read the transcript, book on Zarathustra without being somewhat disappointed, even feeling perhaps that one has been misled. And what I mean by that is this. Strauss, certainly by the time he gave that course, Strauss seemed to be persuaded that Nietzsche and Heidegger had on the one hand made possible a reopening of the most fundamental questions. On the other hand, however, he seemed again to suggest that while they reopened them, there was something wrong with both of them. And in order to overcome what was wrong with both of them, and I don't mean to say he simply equated them, we need to go back to the ancients, and that means the Socratics. So in the transcript, you have this constant refrain. Nietzsche's problem is he needs nature. On the other hand, he really isn't entitled to nature, or however you want to put it. And the impressions you get are something, I'm oversimplifying grossly and maybe being unfair to Strauss. Well, what we need, the ancients had. And what we really need to do is recover what they had. And what does that mean? Well, what does nature mean, say, for Plato? And very often, Strauss talks as if we knew the answer to that question. There is, on the one hand, there's eros, on the other hand, there are these forms, blah, blah, blah. But we know that that's not Strauss's view, right? Or certainly not the whole of his view, maybe even not. Strauss, after all, is famous for rediscovering the Plato without ideas, following Farabi. So there is something misleading insofar as Strauss seems to suggest, well, there is this choice between Nietzsche and nature, or Nietzsche and Plato, and yet it's almost, either Strauss appeals to a conventional understanding of Platonism or a conventional understanding of nature, and he's careful not to do the latter, as I think somebody pointed which he himself doesn't believe. Therefore, it's not exactly clear, it's not clear at all to me, where Strauss finally stands with respect to Nietzsche and his relationship to Nietzsche. And I don't think it's possible to answer that question without having a much better understanding than Strauss provided in his own works about, let's say, the ancients' understanding of nature. One point in response to this whole question of, yes, of course, there are many ways in which Nietzsche was received, and that was inevitable. But I think there's a very good chance, as I understand it, if you read Strauss's essay on German nihilism, which I think is a very important statement, and if you take seriously what Professor Bentham had said, that Strauss thought that Nietzsche's diagnosis was basically correct. Well, then I think Strauss was probably very sympathetic with the view, the reaction to Nietzsche, or the understanding of Nietzsche, that he presents in the lecture on German nihilism, which was 1940, the outlook of the German nihilist students. And the problem was not that their outlook was wrong. I mean, it was incomplete. The problem was that their teachers were themselves nihilists and had nothing to offer them. But what does Strauss appeal to in that essay? He appeals to, certainly he doesn't appeal to sort of liberal democracy, simply understood. He appeals to Winston Churchill, the British Empire. This is 1940, remember. Maybe 2 years later he would have appealed to Franklin Roosevelt and America. But Strauss once, in his correspondence with Leurville, and I'll stop here, Leurville is horrified by Strauss's radicalism, meaning Nietzsche's radicalism. He sees Strauss as reopening Nietzsche's radicalism. And Leurville said, no, that's not for me. For me, we need to return to Burckhardt. And Strauss says, Burckhardt won't do. And I think you could say even in 1940, while for all political purposes Churchill was great, from a philosophical point of view, Churchill won't do either. So I think this issue of what follows politically, if anything, if it is true that Nietzsche's diagnosis is correct, and correct meaning, after all, his diagnosis is the diagnosis of the next 200 years, as he says. What follows, if anything, politically? And I don't think it's enough to say, well, Nietzsche was irresponsible. I think the question is, well, what is responsible in 1933 and now? Which might be a replay in a few years of 1933.
Well, any response is going to be pretty lame at this late hour. I mean, fight the Cold War, support Israel. Strauss had political positions. I'm not sure we should think of them as descending from his philosophy. But I also think that what we were talking about before is probably as far as we'll get. Prudence. Take the best option available to you. I mean, your question though, as to what he offers us, raises for me a question I'd like to ask Richard or anybody else, Nathan, who had to do with the manuscripts. There's plenty of reason to believe that Strauss took, I don't think he was being ironic, very seriously that he was hired as a political science professor, and that restricted the kinds of things he should teach. And when I looked over the Zarathustra lectures, and I think I've read all of them. Back in the 70s, you could get all of these lectures if you paid $7 and you were on the secret list that approved you for getting them, and you had to swear you'd never show them to anybody and so forth.
I think I was charged $9.
Yeah, I'm older than you are. And they're all Well, I mean, you mentioned them as dissatisfying. I started to have the impression with the Zarathustra lecture, when you think about things like calling him a spokesman and ignoring so much of the drama of Zarathustra, what happens after, the relationship between the Oberman and the eternal return changing during the book. Is it possible to say that Strauss took his obligations as a teacher different, imposing on him different requirements than... I've always wondered about the publication of the lectures for just this reason. It would help enormously if we had some statement about him. Of course, it would in some way undermine the power of what he's teaching to say. Now, I'm not telling you the whole story here because you're not going to understand it, but I want to give you a kind of rough outline of the Zarathustra book that is ultimately inadequate. Or did he regard himself as obligated to try to teach his own interpretation from beginning to end of every book he taught? Or is there a way of answering that question?
Well, I think just by reading the transcript, it's clearly not the latter. As I say, he teaches books where he has not worked out a full interpretation. He's teaching it out of pedagogical responsibility and also presumably to help himself later to get too close.
But I mean teaching things he knows are inadequate when he knows what is adequate, because he doesn't think it's suitable for teaching. Not because it's politically dangerous, just because he thinks the limitations of the students at that stage of their career, so that we don't have a reading in the text. So the direction you're going in is like, well, this is as much as he could adequately say then, as he presented it. But there's also the possibility that he knew it was inadequate.
There are certainly times when it's hard not to say that his formulations are more general or gross, you might say, given the purpose. A good example would be on this issue of discovery versus production, and as we had discussed, Plato as well. So, I mean, it's clear that there are times where the formulation is meant to be adequate for that stage in the conversation in the classroom. That's, I think, what's right.
But Dick has asked a very good question. That was a digression. I didn't mean to cut off any further brilliant answer to that question.
One thing, Dick, you could look at, I mean, in these transcripts, this has been mentioned before, he distinguishes Nietzsche from Tocqueville. Nietzsche's deeper and so on, but it's not so clear that from the political point of view, the analysis is not already there in Tocqueville. And therefore one could look at what Tocqueville might think of as reasonable but never simply adequate responses.
Yeah, except that by the end of his life, Tocqueville had given up. He thought that his early project had failed, and I think that Strauss would agree that
the end of your life is not always your best moment.
I see a hand.
Yeah, I have two short questions. First is that it's famous line from Karamazov brothers of Dostoevsky: "If God does not exist, everything permitted." My question is it he cited Nietzsche, or Nietzsche cited him, or is two independent statements? My second short question is, while we understand that Donald Trump never read Nietzsche and never maybe heard of Nietzsche, do you think he is a real Superman who does not believe in morals, thinks that he is over anything, and really Superman that nothing could touch?
Certainly doesn't believe in truth.
What did you say, Robert?
Trump certainly doesn't believe.
Oh, Trump. I didn't know who you were talking about. Some obscure German philosopher.
I don't believe, I do believe that the Dostoevskian formulation precedes the Nietzschean formulation.
Nietzsche does refer to Dostoevsky, though not that quotation.
Right. Yeah.
So Dostoevsky is Karamazov brothers. I don't remember exactly the year of when it was published, but it's very close. Actually, it looked like it before
Yeah.
Nietzsche, I don't know. But it's so clear cut that actually Nietzsche made, and Nietzsche read Dostoevsky, you know, whatever.
Very late, yes, and I think Nietzsche came up to Dostoevsky just a year or two before he went insane, yeah.
Said he was a great psychologist, Nietzsche, although his antidote.
I see a hand all the way in the back.
Hi, thank you so much. My name's Isaac. In Strauss's course on Plato's Republic, he probably makes one of the most extended kind of comments about Platonic metaphysics that you could ever get out of Strauss. And in a way, Plato's metaphysics could be kind of considered maybe his most corrupting teaching, because it's so delightful. It's the thing that's most pleasant. And he's delivering this to his students in the classroom. And not, I mean, in his essay in City and Man, he does not make nearly as extended a point about this. And so I was wondering if you guys thought that that the political purpose of that he talks about in serving in his classes was in any way undermined or complicated by sort of metaphysical speculations that he conducted in those settings.
Professor Valkley says he's not sure what you mean.
Oh, my question is that there seems to be a question as to whether or not Strauss is giving a sort of political education to his students in the classroom. And there seems to be a question as to whether or not he's giving a political education about the history of political philosophy to us in his published writings. Do you think that Strauss in any way undermined his own project by discussing metaphysics in an extended way?
Are you referring to a particular discussion? Did you say Plato's Republic?
Yeah, the 1957 course.
Where he's discussing the divided line, or
Yeah, it's so.
the ideas of the good. Well, I find that very hard to answer. No, I mean, it isn't evident to me that would undermine what he did, but it all depends on the nature of the discussion. I can't recall that.
There's a section we were been discussing among ourselves earlier in What is Political Philosophy, where Strauss talks about the limits of knowledge because of homogeneity and noetic heterogeneity. I don't think that discussion, it's brief but it's not tiny, undermines. If anything, the other way around, I think it helps secure elements of his particular approach, because it means to leave open still, not infinitely open, but open still, several of the kind of issues that you might categorize under the term metaphysics, and that's in some published work.
Good, thank you.
I'm still thinking about this question, what Strauss as teacher is doing. What Strauss as teacher is doing, and his mode of communication. And I don't think you were suggesting this, but I don't, from what I've read here and in some of the other, I don't get the sense that this is a kind of esoteric communication where he's trying to not disclose, dark truths to his students. I don't get that impression. I sometimes feel that he does what all good teachers do, which is sometimes when you're with students, you use the simple formulation because that's So when he, for example, with the Platonic Eros versus will to power, kind of use an understanding of Platonic Eros that is relatively, to bring out the contrast, relatively bold. Complications can come later, and depending on where things go, he might bring them out. But I don't get a sense of a deep strategy there.
No, I didn't even suggest that, as you said, but there's a tradition in, say, the German philosophical tradition of publishing your lectures. But that's because before you gave your lectures, they were prepared with an enormous amount of care for publication. I mean, Heidegger's collected works, would fill half this room because he did everything to prepare to publish it. And that's certainly not the case with these. And that means, for scholars, the ability to cite them when you're talking about what he says in published work is complicated. And I'm not sure how complicated it is, because we don't have much evidence to go on them. I agree, he's not trying to hide something. But you're right that in introducing a complicated figure, you often cut a few corners, make things really cartoonish. Sometimes you even draw a cartoon.
Guilty.
Yeah, we all are. We all are. And I wouldn't want any of my lectures published, because I didn't prepare them for publication. And I'm wondering, his seem a little more carefully thought out, but he might be not saying things he would say about Nietzsche, given that he's just trying to introduce students to him.
In fact, this is a question I have, and Richard, you might be able to answer. I mean, were these, I actually am not clear how much he went into the classroom with, as far as these, it was not much.
I can tell you.
This is just... Is that right?
Can I mention one of the...
Pretty impressive.
A comment Strauss made after the question you're debating, which is in his Hegel course, Philosophy of History, he said, Hegel, instead of proving me, Hegel knew the difference between what you should say in a lecture and what you should write in a book.
Yeah.
And he was very conscious of that difference.
That's right.
So I think it's hard not to see that he did that when you compare his lectures.
But also in the Hegel transcript, Strauss defends the fact that he's teaching lectures rather than a written text.
Absolutely.
And says in some ways lectures can be livelier and more accessible than a written text, which I think we ended up quoting in the introduction to your transcript.
Exactly.
And in the introduction to all the transcripts, the final sentence, which I signed, is, however enlightening the transcripts are, they cannot be regarded as the equivalent of works that Strauss himself wrote for publication. In that respect, they're different, say, from some of the individual lectures he gave that he did write out word for word, or his papers that he gave, especially in the New York era, things like What Can We Learn from Political Theory, or where he wrote them out word for word, but did not choose to publish them. So they're sort of intermediate between these things that he didn't write out. And you can even tell that, especially say in the lecture course that Catherine edited, that at some places he seems to have a pretty elaborate text that he's reading from. Unlike the seminars, where he is responding to what the student reader just read out loud. I share, as that sentence that I insisted on including indicates, I don't think these should be regarded as carefully written texts like the ones he published. And if it were the case that he, like Robert, wouldn't want them published, I don't care, because it's interesting to us to read them. But it isn't the case, because Strauss signed a contract with Bantam Books, I have a copy of it, to publish 3 of them. So he was willing to publish them. Maybe it was just for the money, I don't know. But he was willing to publish them. And therefore, I do not consider it to be a matter of going counter to his wishes.
Which were the three?
The Republic, the Symposium, and a third that I'm forgetting.
But it's important to remember the distinction that Professor Pittman reminds us of. And that is, I mean, look, Strauss, I don't know if you, at one point, he says, Heidegger's Nietzsche is the best introduction to Nietzsche. Well, he disagrees in important ways, apparently. But he once, I also said, at least to me, that he thought case could be made that Heidegger's Nietzsche books were the best Nietzsche lectures were the best introduction to Heidegger for an American student.
He says that in a transcript also.
Excuse me?
Says that in a transcript also.
Does it? Yeah.
Not really, you probably.
Yeah. And yet, that Heidegger's lectures were written almost as if they were books. So, yes, they're more accessible than Heidegger's book books, of which there aren't that many, actually. But there still is, as Professor Rickman suggested, there's a big gap between Hegel's lectures and Heidegger's lectures on the one hand, and Strauss's courses on the other. There are some exceptions, like the Symposium course that I'm editing, apologize, where the second half of the course, he is essentially reading from the text that became the first chapter of City of Men. But that, as far as I can tell, is very, very unusual. And even there, when he reads from the text and he pauses to elaborate or discuss, he doesn't necessarily go deeper than he did in the text.
There are times in these transcripts, but maybe those of you who've taken the courses see that he did it the same way, where he does begin with what seems like a set piece summary. And those appear to be to have been either written out or fully thought out. There are a lot of elements of that and instances of that in these things, as opposed to where he's merely responding to a reader's.
Well, I'd like to once again thank Richard Schifrin, who made this possible, Gail McKean, who makes it work, and above all, our four speakers for everything they said today.